Chapter 1119. I'll add updates for Xia Chan and Alliance leader Tingfeng. Blind Lady resisted the urge to attack, and the illusory whip in her hand disappeared without a trace. Her figure drifted away quickly too. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and thought to himself, what a boring woman. Don't all women nowadays like puppies? Jiang Xiao whistled, and 3 seconds later, the sea-devouring robe that had accompanied the blind lady floated in from the door. Jiang Xiao put on the sea-devouring robe, and after thinking for a while, Jiang Xiao waved his hand and opened the door of the Calamity Shadow space. Martha stepped out, and Jiang Xiao placed a hand on her shoulder before the two of them quickly disappeared. They arrived at the edge of the lake in the forest. Jiang Xiao listened to Blind Lady's suggestion and decided to strengthen himself first so that he could better carry out missions and help others. Hence, Jiang Xiao planned to take Martha to the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean to look for the sea-devouring soul cub that might exist. Be it Blind Lady or Wu Haoyang, they were all non-swimmers. Perhaps they would be able to display their might on land and provide assistance to the Star Advent Squad. But in the sea, with the sea-devouring robe, Blind Lady might be able to provide some help to Jiang Xiao, but that help was far inferior to what Martha could provide. Martha, who had water-type star techniques, was clearly a more suitable teammate. However, Jiang Xiao was still worried. This trip was definitely extremely dangerous, and it would be best to let Martha advance to the galaxy stage so that there would be an overall improvement and a higher chance of survival. The benefits of advancing from the galaxy stage to the galaxy stage were enough to allow one's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Which was more important, skill points or life? It would be best if Martha couldn't be of use. But Jiang Xiao wanted to be more stable and prepared. Martha had been staying in the Calamity Shadow training space that was rich in star power. Her body was already ready, and the hardware was already enough for her to enter the galaxy stage. However, the software was a hindrance to Martha. Jiang Xiao opened his internal star map and glanced at his battle sword mastery, gold quality level 2. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao threw in 800 skill points. All of a sudden, the corresponding information appeared in the internal star map. Battle sword mastery upgraded. Platinum quality level 0. Jiang Xiao's eyes widened slightly. At the same time, far away in the Birch Forest tribe, Jiang Hua, who was lying on his bed, closed his eyes tightly. Marta's mecha was piloted by Jiang Hua. Uncle Quan Quan, you're hurting me, Yuan Yuan said softly. Jiang Hua, on the other hand, couldn't care too much. He slightly loosened his arms and didn't have time to comfort Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan got up curiously. It was not easy for him to get permission from his parents to sleep with Uncle next door tonight. Previously, the two of them had a snowball fight with a few savage children in the courtyard for more than 4 hours. Yuan Yuan was exhausted and had fallen into a deep sleep, but she didn't expect to be hugged awake by Uncle Quan Quan in the middle of the night. The child was terrifyingly energetic. After being woken up, he couldn't fall back asleep. He pinched Jiang Hua's face with his little hand and whispered, Uncle Circle Circle, let's not sleep. Okay? Let's go out and have a snowball fight. When Jiang Hua heard these words, his heart trembled. Still want to fight? Going out for a snowball fight in the middle of the night? What does he mean? Fight until dawn? Jiang Hua tried his best to absorb the fighting sword skills that suddenly surged into his mind and said perfunctorily, Okay. Later, we'll go and smash your window in a while. Wait a minute. Uncle will finish his sweet dream first. It'll be over soon. Yuan Yuan blinked her big eyes and looked curiously at Jiang Hua, who was frowning with the help of the moonlight. She didn't know what Uncle Quan Quan was dreaming about. At the same time, at the edge of the stone villa, Forest Lake, Marta was holding her head with one hand. Her body was slightly arched, and her eyes were closed tightly. She was also absorbing a large amount of exquisite fighting sword skills. In front of her chest, a fighting sword star map was quietly blooming. Jiang Zhao's expression was solemn as he shared the fighting sword skills in his mind with Jiang Hua. He slowly took 2 steps back and didn't have time to pay attention to Marta. In front of the lake, this scene was a little strange. Jiang Xiao frowned and stared. while Marta's face was ferocious and her body was trembling. Silently, the fighting sword star map in front of her chest became clearer and clearer. One move after another, Martha had clearly entered the stage where the Star Atlas was testing her skills. Jiang Shao extended his hand, and a countercurrent light was thrown at Marta's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full 30 seconds passed, and the star map in front of Marta's chest suddenly glowed brightly. She suddenly stretched out her hand and pulled out an exquisite combat knife from her chest. Ha! Ha! Marta's chest heaved violently, and she no longer looked as ferocious as before. At this moment, there was a hint of surprise on her charming face. Star Ocean Battle, Marta. There were 8 more star slots that could be used. This time, she could finally have her own storage space. Besides, more importantly, although Marta had a set of high-quality star techniques, they were all configured on Earth. On Earth, her star techniques, which were already terrifyingly high in quality, could all be upgraded again. There were priorities, and Jiang Shao, who was driving the Star Beast away in China, really couldn't find the time to explore those unknown areas. This time, he only wanted to capture the sea-devouring soul cub and take advantage of the night to search in the places that he knew about. He had to go and return quickly. However, Baze and Marta, who had advanced to the galaxy stage, could now team up for missions together and take care of each other. They should be able to move and improve the quality of the star techniques in their star maps. The timing of Marta's advancement to the galaxy stage coincides seamlessly with the completion of Baze's mission. Perfect. Okay, it's decided. When Baze returns, we'll set off immediately. While Jiang Shao was secretly thinking about it, Marta, who was at the side, was also fiddling with the fighting sword in her hand. Regardless of whether it was the exquisite combat knife that had transformed from stars into weapons or the slender, white and tender palms, under the illumination of the moonlight, they were all like works of art. Jiang Shao stepped forward. Since Marta was also Jiang Shao, she wouldn't be lusting after his body. However, the fighting sword made Jiang Zhao's eyes light up. The weapon that used to be slightly illusory in the star map turned out to be so exquisite after being materialized. It was about 40 centimeters long, and the blade occupied most of its length, which was at least 25 or 26 centimeters. Marta's index finger gently slid across the sharp blade, with her beautiful eyes glistening. She then touched the sawtooth on the back of the sword. It was a very peculiar design. The sawtooth on the back of the sword was not sharp, but rather thick. Is this used for bleeding or for cutting trees? There's also a small cross-shaped handguard at the point where the blade and the handle were connected. Jiang Shao looked left and right and thought this cross-shaped handguard should be able to be used to cover beer bottles. The handle of the saber was made of pure star power. The entire combat saber looked tough and fierce. Marta fiddled with it casually, and the fighting sword danced in her hand like a butterfly dancing around a flower. All of a sudden, she squatted down, gripped her combat sword in a reverse grip, and stabbed it into the ground. Bang! Under the overflowing star power, a pit was formed on the ground. Marta frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with such an outcome. She half-knelt on the ground and adjusted herself carefully for a long time before stabbing the fighting sword into the flat ground at the side. Screech! This time, there was no more astral power surging. The saber stabbed into the ground silently, as if it were tofu. Marta raised the sword and stabbed a hole in the ground, enjoying the thrill of stabbing tofu. After playing for a while, Marta stood up and placed the fighting sword in front of her. There were many ways to turn the star weapon into a weapon. Among them, the one that consumed the least energy was, of course, to materialize the star weapon and hold it in one's hand as a cold weapon. Be it Jiang Zhao's flower sword or Xia Yan's double-handed sword, they would summon a massive weapon to descend from the sky when they unleashed their ultimate moves. Needless to say, their power was immense. During the World Cup, Xia Yan's star weapon was used against a world-class player from the North Road Kingdom. She crushed her opponent and almost caused him to die. That was the result of her holding back and not adding the special vibration a tribute to her double-handed sword. The most powerful use of Marta's fighting sword seemed to be under the moonlight. Marta's charming face was slightly distorted. At the next moment, dozens of exquisite fighting swords appeared around her body. Marta subconsciously covered her head with her hand, but something magical happened. She initially thought that the energy consumption would have a great impact on her. But in fact, apart from the slight stupor, when she summoned a large number of fighting swords at the beginning, her energy consumption returned to normal after the large number of fighting swords appeared. Marta frowned slightly. Why is it different from what I imagined? There isn't a violent output. There isn't a situation where I'll faint after a single move. Marta had a thought in her mind, but the dozens of fighting swords around her did not rush out like the flying swords. Instead, they continued to surround her body and form a terrifying blade shield. Jiang Shao mustered his courage and rolled up the sleeves of his devouring robe before reaching out to touch Marta. Ding! Ding! A series of crisp sounds could be heard as Jiang Zhao's palm collided with the sharp, rotating fighting sword. Jiang Zhao's body was actually forced to take a few steps back due to the huge force. Jiang Shao knew that Marta's star weapon would not be able to break through the Candle Moon quality's endurance defense. If it were anyone else, their arm would probably have been crippled by now. The sleeves of his devouring robe were rolled up, and Jiang Zhao's palm and arm were not injured. However, the sleeves of his pajamas were shattered. The tattered sleeves didn't even have the right to be scratched as they were shattered by Marta's blade barrier. Opposite him, Marta also extended her palm carefully. A strange scene appeared. The large number of fighting swords that were rotating rapidly around Marta actually automatically made way for her. Martha's long arms swayed left and right casually. The sharp blades spun rapidly, avoiding Martha's arm and continuing to spin, not hurting her in the slightest. Marta licked her lips excitedly, and her fierce gaze was coupled with a hint of bloodlust. If Chun Lingtao were to see this scene, he would probably pass out on the spot. Marta's star weapon transformation did not have a big move. Her second manifestation of star transformation was a sharp blade shield. It didn't have explosive output, but it had absolute defense. However, the manifestation of star techniques was one thing, but the way they were used was up to the user. Nominally, it was a shield, but if Marta activated the blade shield and plunged into the enemy, wouldn't it be a terrifying meat grinder? At the thought of the scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere, Jiang Shao and Marta could not help but shiver. So cruel. TSK, I like it so much. Top. Chapter 11:20. The two of them played under the moonlight for a while, before Jiang Shao flashed to the bottom of the lake and picked up the two sea soul lamps. He came out again and quickly flashed to the gate of the Calamity World with Martha. The two of them stepped out and stepped under the starry sky. Jiang Shao handed the devouring robe and sea soul lamps to Martha. When she was ready, the two of them disappeared again. According to Jiang Zhao's memory, they went directly to the farming spot on Earth. It was interesting that Martha had water-type star techniques, but she did not have the ability to survive underwater. When her mother gave her the star techniques, her intention was to develop in the deep sea in the future. However, during the galaxy stage, Martha's land combat skills occupied a large proportion. Hence, Martha's current star technique configuration. The bottom of the sea on Earth was the place where the Sea Soul Territory Space Gate bloomed. In that case, the Sea Soul Devourer would definitely exist here in the alien ball. As the two of them entered the deep sea, Martha's Devourer robe seemed to be much happier as it liked the environment there. On the other hand, Jiang Shao had already activated the tier domain. He was like a fish in water, moving freely in the deep sea without any discomfort. At the same time, Jiang Shao summoned the humming whale. Buzz, compared to the devouring robe, the humming whale was clearly happier. After so long, it finally returned to this familiar paradise. Listening to the cheerful sound of the humming whale, Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something. This place should be the underwater ruins, right? After all, the underwater ruins in the lower dimension on Earth are a projection of this place. Should I go take a look later? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao had already outlined a blue line in his mind. As the sound of the whale gradually drifted away, the star beasts at the bottom of the sea were scanned and imprinted in Jiang Zhao's mind. Looking at the reaction of the star beasts at the bottom of the sea, Jiang Zhao's face froze. The humming whale on Earth was an overlord. At the bottom of the alien ball, when the sea soul devourers heard the sound of the foreign creatures, they actually chose to quickly approach this place. What does this mean? Jiang Zhao's expression was a little sullen. This was indeed the territory of the sea soul devourers. Jiang Shao didn't even notice the existence of other creatures. He reckoned that the other star beasts wouldn't dare to approach this place. Since they dared to approach them, they probably had absolute confidence in their own strength. Jiang Zhao's expression changed. After thinking about it, he realized that the Sea Devourer clan did not have any control-type star techniques, which made him feel much more at ease. There was another whale's cry, but it was no longer cheerful. Instead, it was filled with warning. To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, the warning made the sea-devouring souls surround him even faster. All of them were going all out as if they were sprinting. In terms of speed alone, they were no match for Jiang Zhao's diamond sea-devouring robe. With the second warning, the humming whale outlined two cubs among the densely packed souls of the sea-devouring sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Shao flashed 3 times in a row and directly appeared beside the cub of the sea devourer. He had also plunged into the pile of clothes of the sea devourer, giving the sea devourer a fright. When the group of black cloaks suddenly stopped charging forward, Jiang Shao had already used the star power threads to connect to the cub of the sea devourer and flashed away again. The second flash was beside a cub again. The third flash was when Jiang Shao had already returned with 2 sets of clothes. Without hesitation, he directly opened the door to the Calamity Shadow world behind the 2 cloaks. Huff! Behind the Calamity Shadow world was the sky above an isolated island in the Pacific Ocean. It was a bubble from the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean, and the pressure was astonishing. It directly sucked a sea devourer soul in. Walala, a powerful water cannon blasted out from the teleportation gate above the island, and a pitiful sea devourer soul was among it. The other cub's reaction was extremely fast. It immediately increased its horsepower and fought against the water pressure. Instead of being flushed in, it dashed towards Jiang Shao, who was right in front of it. The momentum seemed to want to envelop Jiang Shao and melt him into a pool of blood. Without saying a word, Jiang Shao drew out a flower blade. The dark red flower blade was covered in a green glow, and he stabbed it forward. Whoosh, green glow of candle moon. A huge wave of water surged out. Putting aside the effect of the green light of the candle moon's attack, the 150-meter distance that it pushed him back was real. The sea devourer's soul was really reckless. It was confident to the point of arrogance. This race might have been used to being domineering. Facing the dark red giant blade, the sea devourer's soul cub did not dodge. Instead, it wrapped itself around the giant blade. It was as if, in its heart, it could melt everything. The flower blade, of course, was included in the category of everything. The sea devourer soul paid the price for its arrogance. With a whoosh, it was stabbed into the Calamity Shadow world. Jiang Shao immediately closed the door to the Calamity Shadow world. At the same time, in the sound of the humming whale, he realized that he was surrounded by layers of people, up, down, left, and right in all directions. In this deep sea, one pitch-black cloak after another covered the sky and earth, densely packed together, actually forming the shape of a sphere. In the center of this ball, made up of clothes, there were 2 people and a whale. It was not surprising that the Sea Devourer Soul Clan could surround him and Marta. However, to be able to surround a creature like the humming whale, it was enough to show how large the Sea Devourer Soul Clan was. Jiang Shao immediately activated nostalgia. In an instant, countless bright golden halos completely lit up the dark bottom of the sea. Jiang Zhao's body slowly rotated. He looked around, above and below him, his heart trembling violently. This picture was so cool, it could definitely be used as a screensaver. Of course, if you were the one being surrounded, you might not think that this picture was so beautiful. Jiang Xiao clenched the flower blade in his hand. Beside him, Marta, who was wearing a cloak, also transformed into a star martial art and pulled out an exquisite fighting knife. A few actions just now gave Jiang Xiao a certain amount of confidence. With a sword in one hand, he slowly rotated his body and pointed at the black cloak that was covered with a golden halo. He spat out a string of bubbles and said, "You guys, enter my Calamity Shadow world and reproduce." As Jiang Xiao spoke, a series of bubbles floated up. However, at the next moment, Jiang Xiao felt that something was amiss. Water, no. The ice-cold seawater actually had an intense burning pain. The second star technique of the Sea Devourer, the punishment of the sea. The Sea Devourer's soul should have used the punishment of the sea to summon the water of star power that could melt everything after enveloping the target. But now, they actually changed their hunting strategy. A Sea Devourer's soul could not carry out such a hunting plan. However, the dense black cloaks all used the star technique of the punishment of the sea and summoned the water of star power, turning the entire sea into the punishment of the sea. Any living creature that lived in it would be completely melted away. Calm down. Courageous. Counter every move. Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red, and he immediately summoned the field tier, after which all the water of star power within the 8-meter water ball was isolated. At the same time, in this sea region, all the creatures within 150 meters of the Nostalgia Halo had a time scale added to it. The difference was that the time scale of Jiang Zhao's, Martha's, the buzzing whales, and the sea soul lantern's Nostalgia rotated clockwise. On the other hand, the Sea Devourer soul lantern's Nostalgia rotated counterclockwise. Clockwise, attack the target and absorb the opponent's vitality and star power. Anti-clockwise, attack the target and give the opponent vitality and star power. The water of star power of the Sea Devourer soul lanterns had already begun to burn everyone in Jiang Zhao's team. However, while the non-explosive and long-lasting star technique was melting the bodies of Jiang Zhao's team, it was also continuously giving Jiang Zhao's team vitality through Nostalgia. If it had been any other team, they would probably have fled in defeat. That was all thanks to Jiang Xiao. Once again, the facts proved how important it was to have a healer who could defy the heavens and change the fate of a team. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, attack. The huge body of the buzzing whale rolled, and the huge halo on its body rotated. A rapidly rotating sea candle vortex quickly formed and rolled up countless black cloaks. Jiang Xiao flashed and appeared dozens of meters behind the vortex. He then opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world. This time, it was also the Calamity Shadow world, North Atlantic Ocean bottom. Buzz! The buzzing whale roared again and pushed the rapidly rotating vortex towards the door of the Calamity Shadow world. Jiang Xiao activated his star power and opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world to the maximum. Huff! Countless pitch-black cloaks were swept into the door at the same time. Moo! At this moment, a strange sound came from the dark sea. It sounded like a cow or a deer. Star technique? Sea burning sound? No, it doesn't have the effect of clearing one's head and vision. So, it should be the sea burning sound, a scanning star technique. The Burning Sea clan is here? But, judging from a number and distribution of the Sea Devourer, this place has already been occupied by the Sea Devourer. How could the Burning Sea clan be here? The most important thing was that the Burning Sea clan was not a creature from the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. Jiang Xiao was very sure that his team was at the bottom of the deep sea in the west of the kingdom of the unsetting sun. The Burning Sea clan was a creature from the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. What's going on? Did they cross the sea and form a team to fight? The humming of a humming whale echoed. As the terrain and environment were scanned in Jiang Zhao's mind again, he was completely stunned. A man and a woman, two humans. Jiang Shao clearly did not expect to encounter humans in the deep sea of the North Atlantic Ocean. Similarly, the young man and woman far away did not expect that they would encounter such a special team. In particular, the large fish's massive size and terrifying star technique made the couple's expressions change drastically. The couple seemed to be in their early 20s at most. They might not even be 20 years old yet. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them stopped swimming abruptly, and Jiang Shao was also nervously watching them through the blue lines that were scanned in his mind. I'm begging for monthly votes to support the little toxic healer. Chapter 1121. The humming whale's sea language star technique was extremely powerful. Even though the other party was extremely far away from the battlefield, the lines that the humming whale scanned were still relatively fine. Buzz! It was another whale's roar. At this moment, the humming whale's huge body was already covered with several layers of pitch-black cloaks. The sea-devouring spirit clan worked together, crazily melting the flesh of the buzzing whale. No matter how hard the buzzing whale struggled, the cloaks stuck to the buzzing whale's body like dogskin plaster. However, under the effect of two-way nostalgia, the humming whale was temporarily fine. Jiang Shao remained unmoved. While continuously opening the door of the Calamity World and cooperating with the humming whale's sea vortex star technique to capture the sea-devouring soul, he observed the other party vigilantly. Jiang Zhao's first reaction was to think of the Star Conversion Organization. After all, they were close to Western Europe and at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. However, the young man and woman opposite him were too young. The youngest member of the Star Conversion Organization was about 30 years old, and most of them were in their 40s or 50s. Could these two young people be members of the Star Conversion Organization? While he was thinking about it, the man and woman opposite him had already disappeared. Jiang Shao frowned and thought, why did they leave? Are they going to leave after a short while? Jiang Shao couldn't care less about the chaos on the battlefield and flashed to the side of the humming whale. Green glow appeared in his hand, and he pushed the thick cloak in front of him away, finally revealing the skin of the humming whale. Jiang Shao quickly connected the humming whale with star power threads, and the two of them immediately flashed away. Martha's body turned into water, and she quickly flashed and chased after him. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the thick cloak on the humming whale's body flickered towards him while he teleported away with the humming whale. It was the biological characteristic of the sea-devouring soul. Star beasts like the sea soul lamp and the sea-devouring soul did not need Jiang Zhao's high-quality teleportation ability. Instead, they could teleport along with other creatures. There was a very strange difference between star beasts. For example, Baishan Shuyu and the sea-devouring robe. Jiang Shao rode on Xiao Xiao and had to connect it with star power threads in order to teleport away. However, Jiang Shao was wearing the sea-devouring robe and did not need to care about it all. He only needed to teleport away, and the sea-devouring robe on Jiang Zhao's body would flash with him. Faced with the current situation, Jiang Shao felt a little annoyed. Damn it, whatever. A pile of tattered clothes. Release the star power water with all your might and melt them. With the blessing of two-way nostalgia, if you guys can succeed, I'll write the word Jiang backwards. He once again focused his attention on the environment that he had scanned in his mind. There were no living creatures in the golden deep sea that was illuminated by the halo of nostalgia. Obviously, no living creature dared to step into the territory of the ocean-devouring soul. What about the other two? Buzz, another whale cry came from the big fish that was piled up with clothes. No. Jiang Zhao's domain tier star technique was very limited in this damn seabed terrain. He could use the domain tier's water ball to envelop his entire body, but there was no way to make it rain in the deep sea environment. Therefore, there was no such thing as perceiving all things. The deep sea environment limited Jiang Zhao's performance. Jiang Shao frowned and immediately activated his 9-star eyes. Time reversal. Under the faint light of the sea soul lamp, Jiang Shao finally saw the faces of the couple clearly. He confirmed that they were about 20 years old. The young man had black curly hair, a long face, and was rather handsome. The girl had shoulder-length hair, prominent cheekbones, and a thin figure. She seemed to be malnourished. Jiang Shao immediately played the scene normally and chased after them, only to see that the man and the woman had actually turned into water, fused into the seawater. Jiang Shao was stunned. He watched as the man and woman's bodies turned into water and merged perfectly into the ocean. There was no trace of them at all, and they were no different from the surrounding seawater. Did they just disappear just like that? Was it the movement of the water-type star technique, or the teleportation of the water-type star technique? Martha's list of star techniques included both of those. One was water transformation. The other was body of broken water. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that the couple's star techniques were of other types. Jiang Shao hurriedly looked around, but he had no idea where they had gone. He kept searching, but he could not find them at all. Up and down, in the deep sea, Jiang Shao experienced firsthand what it meant to look for a needle in a haystack. Jiang Shao had previously used the 9-star eyes to track Bays. That was on land, and Bays had transformed into a purple electric current. Although it took Jiang Shao a lot of effort, Jiang Shao still managed to find Bays' escape route. Even though Bays no longer turned into an electric current and directly activated teleportation, Jiang Shao still managed to catch up to Bays' destination step by step according to the maximum range of teleportation and the general direction in which Bays escaped. Of course, in the end, Bays activated his star technique of flight in order to save star power. Hence, the latter half of the tracking was much less difficult for Jiang Shao. However, at this moment, the young couple had turned into water. How could he find them? If they had always been water, how could he find them? There wasn't even a trace of them. Could it be Martha's water transformation star technique? If so, that star technique could only turn them into water for 3 seconds at most. Jiang Shao immediately adjusted it back to 3 seconds, but when the two of them turned into water, they didn't move at all. Hence, he had no idea where they were going. Something's not right. Jiang Shao suddenly snapped out of it. Martha's water transformation star technique was from Earth, and the quality of the water transformation star technique would be even higher. It would probably last for more than 3 seconds. How many would there be? 5 seconds? 6 seconds? Jiang Shao thought to himself, since I can't find out where you guys went, I'll see where you guys came from. Jiang Shao returned to the distance, and after adjusting his 9-star eyes, he saw the young couple again. When he turned back time, he saw their bodies shattering into water again. Damn it, I'm so screwed. Is it a movement-type star technique or a teleportation star technique? I don't know what star technique they used, nor do I know the effects of their high-quality star techniques. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao's mind was filled with the same thought. I'm in such a difficult situation. He could only guess the direction in which they came from and move forward to explore. In the dark environment of the deep sea, the illumination range of the sea soul lamp was limited. The humming whale could scan the terrain, but it could only scan the real world. It couldn't scan the past world in Jiang Zhao's eyes. Just when Jiang Shao couldn't lock onto the target body and was feeling troubled, he heard the roar of the humming whale coming from the real world. Jiang Shao panicked and hurriedly flashed back. Seeing the scene in front of him, Jiang Shao felt extremely distressed and hurriedly activated nostalgia. Due to Jiang Zhao's probing search just now, the humming whale escaped the range of nostalgia. Fortunately, as soon as it left the range of the halo, the humming whale called out to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao hurriedly threw Bell over, but the humming whale that was wrapped in layers of sea soul lamps couldn't receive the effects of Bell at all. In fact, Jiang Zhao's imprint couldn't be added to the layers of clothes. Jiang Shao was extremely decisive and immediately activated nostalgia. Dependent activated. All the time scales were added without distinguishing between friend and foe. All of them were rotated. All attacks would increase the vitality and star power of the opponent. All of a sudden, the humming whale endured the burning and melting of the water of star power. At the same time, it immediately enjoyed the endless vitality that filled its body crazily. Then, Jiang Shao issued an order and waved his hand to open the gate of the Calamity Shadow world. The humming whale understood and quickly swam towards the gate of the Calamity Shadow world while enduring the dog skin plaster all over its body. Jiang Shao immediately opened the gate of the Calamity Shadow world to the maximum. One man and one whale entered the space gate and entered the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean in the Calamity Shadow world. Jiang Shao flashed and covered his hand with green glow as he frantically peeled off the dog skin plaster on the humming whale's body. Then, Jiang Shao retracted the green glow and slapped the humming whale's skin. At the same time that bell was pressed, Jiang Shao directly smashed the humming whale into a pile of star power. This move left the cloaked figures dumbfounded. The sea soul lamps could indeed follow the target and teleport, but they were not Jiang Zhao star pets. They couldn't follow the humming whale into Jiang Zhao star map to melt the humming whale, of course. If these thousands of sea soul lamps could enter Jiang Zhao star map, Jiang Shao would probably be very happy to accept them. Gulp gulp. A string of bubbles came out of Jiang Zhao's mouth. In other words, it should be, tornado destroys the Atlantic Ocean. Jiang Zhao's entire body was covered in green glow as he spun around crazily several times, knocking away the cloaks that attempted to approach him. Then, with a flash, Jiang Shao disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a dense group of sea-devouring souls that roamed the deep sea. Jiang Shao went directly to 100 meters away and wanted to open the space gate directly. He should have flashed to the place where the couple appeared according to his memory and continued to explore with the 9-star eyes. However, at this moment, Jiang Shao was a little hesitant. He stopped. On one hand, it was purely like looking for a needle in a haystack. Without any information on star techniques, it would be extremely difficult to find the target. On the other hand, while looking for a needle in a haystack, it also meant a huge risk. The deep sea was not his home ground. The bottom of the sea to the west of the kingdom of the unsetting sun was not his home ground either. Jiang Shao thought about it and opened the space gate of the Calamity Shadow world. His figure darted back and the space gate immediately closed. In the next second, Martha, who was holding the sea soul lamp and wearing the sea-devouring robe, appeared not far from the place where the space gate was closed. She floated silently in the same spot without saying a word. Under the perception effect of the passive star technique, Sea Demon Will, she observed her surroundings vigilantly. Water droplets floated around her body, but the water droplets blended into the sea cleverly and could not be seen with the naked eye. Only creatures that stepped into it would feel their star power become chaotic. Golden, chaos burning sea, soft control. At the same time, wisps of mist drifted out from Martha's surroundings. It was mist that should have appeared on land, but in the deep sea, the external manifestation of the water mist star technique was completely covered by the deep sea environment. Platinum sea tranquil mist, perception of all things and concealment. Although it was concealment, Martha was holding the sea soul lamp in her hand, and the light was still present. Hence, the perception-type star techniques could not detect Martha, but she could be seen with the naked eye. At the same time, Martha's range of perception was also expanding rapidly. The bottom of the sea and the land were indeed completely different battlefields. Here, Martha alone could probably defeat the entire Tail Feather team. Thanks to the 120,000 rewards from the Alliance leader, good books are really hard to find. Chapter 1122. Jiang Shao, who was in the Calamity Shadow world, did not stay idle either. He flashed to the lone island in the Pacific Ocean, where the 2 cubs that he had captured previously were. When Jiang Shao arrived, there was only one cub floating high in the air with a cloud of mist floating in its hood. It seemed to be looking around. The other cub was nowhere to be found. The sea-devouring soul that was looking around in the air noticed Jiang Zhao's appearance and immediately charged towards him. However, Jiang Shao accepted the hug of the sea-devouring soul cub calmly. Not only did he accept it, but he also hugged it tightly. At the same time, 2 halos of nostalgia appeared on Jiang Zhao's body. One in the direction and one in the opposite direction. The sea-devouring soul released star power water frantically in an attempt to melt Jiang Zhao's body. It succeeded a little and at least melted all of Jiang Zhao's clothes. However, it did not manage to taste the slightest bit of fresh blood and tender flesh. Instead, it discovered that its vitality and star power were declining rapidly. The faster it released its star technique, the more vitality and star power it consumed. What's going on? At this moment, it had yet to realize how terrifying the halo of nostalgia on its body was. The sea-devouring soul cub was terrified. It finally knew how to be afraid. If this goes on, the enemy will be fine, but I'll kill myself first. The sea-devouring soul let go of Jiang Zhao and tried to escape, but Jiang Zhao hugged it tightly. Take the pair and run, ugh. Jiang Zhao's body was dragged away by the sea-devouring soul, and he drew circles in the air. Kid, I can't deal with you. While lecturing the young, cloaked figure, Jiang Zhao secretly observed the situation outside. At the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean, Martha floated in the same spot with the sea soul lamp in her hand, illuminating the surrounding environment with a dark blue light. She was waiting for the couple to appear again, but as a bait, she did not attract any creatures. She did not discover anything in the range of the sea phantom mist either. Fortunately, this place was extremely far from the starting battlefield. Otherwise, the sea-devouring soul would have already rushed over. That strange couple, had they really left? I'm so hot and beautiful. Are you really not going to come and look at me again? Marta gently caressed her long hair and tucked it into her hood. Her sea-devouring robe intimately used its collar to rub against Marta's face. In the Calamity Shadow world, Jiang Zhao hugged the sea-devouring robe that had been destroyed and dared not attack anymore. He plunged into the sea. When he activated the field tier, he summoned the humming whale again. Buzz, the whale's cries sounded again, but it wasn't a scan, but grievance? Jiang Zhao grabbed the sea-devourer with one arm and scratched his head with the other. The humming whale had indeed suffered a lot just now. He floated in front of the humming whale and reached out his hand to gently touch its huge eyes. An apologetic smile appeared on his face. Gurgle, gurgle, I'm sorry. Buzz, after the whale's cry, a sea-devouring soul cub that was slowly diving appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. The humming whale's voice was also much more cheerful. After being gently stroked by Jiang Zhao, its mood immediately improved. Its huge body even swayed left and right, looking very happy. It's okay. Jiang Zhao felt the emotions transmitted by the humming whale and felt guilty. He flashed again and chased after the sea-devouring soul cub that was escaping. More than 10 seconds later, Jiang Zhao arrived on the lone island in the Pacific Ocean while carrying the limp sea-devouring soul cub that had already given up resisting in his left hand. He was also wrapped in another cub that was still attacking frantically. The cub that was being held in Jiang Zhao's left hand even raised its body, and a black mist appeared in its hood, as if it was watching its companion tearing Jiang Zhao apart with all its might. However, it did not dissuade its companion. Its hood drooped down once again, as if it could not resist and could only accept its fate. A few minutes later, Jiang Zhao opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world, while carrying 2 sea-devouring soul cubs that were drooping their heads and doubting their lives. All of a sudden, Martha was blasted in by a huge water cannon. Martha was wearing the sea-devouring robe, but when she was unprepared, she embarrassed herself once again. This was the second time it was blasted by the water cannon. The sea-devouring robe twisted its collar with its small hands aggrievedly. That scene was more like Martha being aggrieved. The sea-devouring robe was so cute, however. Jiang Zhao and Martha looked sullen. The sudden appearance of the 2 people at the bottom of the sea made Jiang Zhao realize that there was a high possibility that there were members of the Star Conversion Organization here. After all, this was Europe. The couple was extremely decisive. After exchanging a few words, they immediately flashed and disappeared. They did not even have the intention to go forward to explore or communicate. Why? Jiang Zhao frowned because the other party saw that Jiang Zhao's team was fearless in the face of the sea-devouring souls. Hence, They were afraid of the strength of Jiang Zhao's team and worried that Jiang Zhao would harm them. It can't be. Although the Star Warrior world was a world where people died in seconds and the foreign spheres were even more chaotic and disorderly, it shouldn't be to the extent where strangers would attack each other as soon as they met, right? Were they too cautious? Or did they escape quickly because they had been attacked before? Jiang Zhao could not figure it out. Or do these two people know me? Given their age, how could they be members of the Star Conversion Organization? The Star Conversion Organization's recruitment criteria were extremely strict. Even if they were really members of the Star Conversion Organization, the time when Jiang Zhao exposed his identity as a Star Slaughterer was after he killed Liana. Liana was the contact person of the Star Conversion Organization on Earth. Jiang Zhao was very sure that when he killed Liana, it was clean and neat. She should not have had the time to pass on Jiang Zhao's personal information. Even if Liana passed on Jiang Zhao's information through the mech, it had to be noted that when Jiang Zhao killed Liana, he was in his camouflage form. At that time, it was a Caucasian and a young man with short brown hair who killed Liana. Jiang Zhao did not do it, and it had nothing to do with Jiang Zhao. It should be impossible for Liana to pass on the information. After that, the only two remaining Star Conversion members on Earth, Nanana Z and Baze, should not have the ability to communicate with the Star Conversion Organization. Did Nanana Z and Baze pass on their speculations and judgments to the others, and the others passed the information to the Star Conversion Organization after getting on the alien sphere? That seemed unlikely. The two extremely arrogant principals and Star Warriors who were not part of the organization's mission shouldn't have passed on information that had not been confirmed yet. Or the other party did not run because they saw Jiang Zhao, but because they saw the humming whale and quickly retreated? Filled with doubts, Jiang Zhao left with his team. At the same time, in the stone villa. Old Wu. There was a hurried knock on the door. Wu Haoyang was lying on Jiang Zhao's bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Upon hearing the sound, he hurriedly got up and opened the door, only to see Jiang Zhao standing in front of it. "What's the matter?" Wu Haoyang hurriedly asked. Jiang Zhao said, "Old Wu, do you want the Void Calamity Shadow Starbead? Do you want the Desperado Starbead?" Wu Haoyang was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao said, "If you want it, I'll get it for you now." Wu Haoyang was speechless. Jiang Zhao took out a few brocade sachets and handed them to Wu Haoyang. "You've already advanced to the Starfall stage and have a total of 8 available star slots. It's time for you to grow up." The black brocade sachet contains the Void Calamity Shadow Star Bead, which contains the star techniques of Spacetime Rift and Calamity Shadow Ruin. Since you don't want to take the path of the Tianjin Shadow Star Bead or the Yinzhao Desperado, learn teleportation. The white brocade sachet contains the Desperado Star Bead, which contains the Desperado Star Bead and the Body of Desperado Star Techniques. It can increase your output and also increase your own defense. Wu Haoyang's face stiffened and he grabbed the star bead dumbfoundedly, not knowing what to say. He knew that he would only be able to keep up with the team if he learned the high-quality star techniques. However, ever since he joined the Star Advent team, Jiang Zhao had given him too many things. As a Star Warrior, star beads are the most important. Every time Jiang Zhao made a move, the value of the star beads would be extremely terrifying. Although Wu Haoyang knew that Jiang Zhao was rich and overbearing, Wu Haoyang, who was a Star Warrior with a strong sense of self-esteem, felt extremely uncomfortable if Jiang Zhao kept accepting gifts. At the same time, Jiang Zhao was standing on the 3rd floor and knocking on the door of the blind lady's room. Third last, a gust of wind blew behind the door, and the door was blown open. The blind lady straightened her body expressionlessly. Jiang Zhao looked at the dark room and vaguely saw the blind lady sitting on second-last custom-made bed, which was a little disproportionate to her size. The blind lady immediately sensed that the situation was special. Jiang Zhao came with Martha, and he was holding onto 2 souls of the Sea Devourer. The blind lady frowned slightly and gripped the dark red quilt that belonged to second last tightly. "Did you go to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean by yourself?" "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and strode in before plopping down on the chair in front of the desk. There's something I have to tell you. Wu, while speaking, Jiang Shao saw a silhouette slowly floating in the dark red quilt and climbing out from the end of the bed. The exquisite little dragon head tilted its head and looked at Jiang Shao, who had disturbed it from its dream. Martha raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Aren't you cold? The body of a crystal dragon is freezing cold. It's fine in the summer, and you can use it as an air conditioner. The weather is so cold now. Are you looking for a cold or fever?" At this moment, the blind lady seemed to have calmed down. She spoke softly and ignored Martha. Instead, she faced Jiang Shao and asked calmly, "Why are you acting alone?" Jiang Shao said, "You and Hao Yang are both landlubbers, not underwater creatures. I'm carrying out the mission with Martha. By the way, don't interrupt me. Let me tell you something." The blind lady pursed her lips and remained silent in the end. Jiang Shao said, "I met two people when I went to the bottom of the sea this time. They're probably related to the Star Organization." The blind lady's breathing stagnated slightly. She had just calmed down and regained her composure, but there was a ripple again. The organization that killed First Tail. Jiang Shao thought about it for a while and nodded slowly. The blind lady said, "At the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean." Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "I'm not too sure yet. I know that telling you now might distract you, but I have to tell you. At present, our most important task is to drive away the star beasts in China. We don't have time to care about others, but if someone comes looking for us during the mission, we might start a war at any time. If the two people I met today are really members of the Star Organization. In short, you have to have a clear understanding of the Star Organization." While Jiang Shao was explaining, Bays of the Central Plains had awakened the Eagle brothers, while Jiang Sun of Ludong had also awakened Little Chong Yang and Zhang Sungfu. Jiang Shao, Jiang Shou, Jiang Sun, and Bays spoke at the same time and told the same information to different people. The world was indeed huge. Even if two people lived in the same small county, they might not be able to see each other for the rest of their lives unless they made a special appointment. However, the world was sometimes very small, such as the encounter between Jiang Shao and Wu Haoyang. In terms of timing, it might have been predestined. However, as long as Wu Haoyang was alive and living in China, Jiang Shao would definitely be able to find him. For example, if the two people he met today were related to the Star Organization, there would be a huge problem. Jiang Shao was currently in the midst of the extremely intense Foot in China mission. The last thing he wanted to touch was the Star Organization in Europe. He didn't have the time or energy to complete the mission. In Jiang Zhao's mind, all missions had priorities. Every time the Star Advent team searched an area in the foreign land, the lower-class people of China would suffer less. Jiang Shao knew what he had to do now. However, he had no choice. Since he had accidentally met two unfamiliar young men, he had no choice but to face them. Without knowing the identity of the other party, he could only prepare for the worst. However, waiting passively was obviously not a wise move. Jiang Shao thought that since he had a lot of mechas, maybe he could let Martha and Bays go to Europe together to explore. On one hand, Martha and Bays were strong enough and good at escaping. They could improve the quality of their star techniques while collecting some information. The mission in the Central Plains in Ludong was coming to an end, and the members of the team would return soon. With the blind lady, Little Chong Yang, Lord Zeng, the Falcon brothers, and Jiang Shao carrying out the mission together, the team was strong enough. It wouldn't make much of a difference whether Bays and Martha were in the team or not. On the other hand, Martha and Bays were just mechas after all. If they died, Jiang Shao would definitely feel the pinch. However, at least the mechas would be the ones in trouble and not the Star Advent team. Even if they encountered the enemy, Jiang Shao could flash around the world. Sudden support and sneak attacks would be more effective. He was afraid that the other party wouldn't want to bother with them at all. However, the appearance of Martha and Bays would attract the attention of the other party. Yes, he had to think carefully about how to carry out the mission. Chapter 11:23. After entering the new chapter, the feedback was not good. After thinking about it, you came to some conclusions. You strictly followed the outline and did not deviate from the main plot. Hence, there was no problem in that regard. The reason was, firstly, some readers did not like the plot of the alien sphere. There were more than 3 million words in the book, and they were basically about the events that happened on Earth. However, from this chapter onward, the protagonist entered the alien sphere and the environment changed. The switch in the map and the change in environment caused some of his friends to be unable to adapt. Moreover, the starting point of the plot was not very good. It should not have started with the atmosphere of leveling the 3 northern provinces. It should have directly entered those powerful areas that no one had set foot in. While enriching the alien species and worlds, it should have laid out all the foreshadowing. After God, Pi mistakenly entered the alien sphere. He maintained a strong stance, as usual. As the quality of his star techniques increased, those were inevitable. Hence, when they saw that Shrimpy was still able to destroy the world in the alien sphere, some readers might feel a sense of disappointment and feel that the setback they imagined did not happen. Shouldn't the alien sphere be like that? But then again, the alien sphere is indeed terrifying, but depends on who it is. Jiang Xiao was obviously the kind of person who would be a straight-A student no matter where he was. He was different from the fake straight-A student who ranked second in the high school in the small county. He was a straight-A student in the high school in the small county and in Beijing University. Secondly, it might be because in the previous chapters, you focused on writing and upgrading his star techniques within a few days. Some readers did not like the chapters about upgrading the quality of star techniques. After all, most of the qualitative changes in star techniques were in the platinum and diamond quality. There was no qualitative change, only quantitative change. That was easy to change. After all, most of the star techniques had already graduated. Thirdly, you had been trying his best to maintain his style and write in a relaxed and joyful manner. He originally thought that everyone would feel relaxed and happy, but some readers were not too satisfied. There should be no problem with the protagonist's mischief. The readers had watched the toxic healer being mischievous all the way. After all, that was the only main plot of the book. Those who were unwilling to read would simply scold and leave long ago. You had long gotten used to it. Hence, there should be a problem with his companions. The character of Blind Lady was not a likable character, which could be seen from the data on the pages. It would probably be better if Xia Yin or Second Last were his companions. That was how writing online novels was. The readers would give feedback in real time, and the author would improve in real time. As for the problems summarized above, you will do his best to correct them. This book has been written for 65 million words so far, and the book has long entered the final stage. Yui must not lose his integrity in his old age. He must be more focused, taught, and persevere. He must write the final stage well, and on the basis of ensuring that the style does not change, strive to improve the quality of the article and put away the end of the book. Books where there were highs, there were lows, and where there was excitement, there were dullness. How should I put this? I'll adjust as soon as possible. Thank you to all my readers who didn't leave me even when I was at my lowest. Scratch his head. Pen refill. So, tomorrow at midnight? Chapter 1124. That night, the message that Jiang Xiao sent to the members of the team made many of them think. Regardless of whether the other party was a member of the legendary star organization, the first thing that could be confirmed was that some countries in Europe had also sent people over. According to Zhang Songfu, the current stage should be the period of peaceful development and carrying out missions in their own territory. If the other party really came looking for them, the star organization should seek opportunities to cooperate with them if the conditions allowed. It was mutually beneficial in seeking common ground while reserving differences. They should not be in conflict with the other party. Zhang Songfu's thoughts were very clear. At this stage, the most important thing was to clean up the star beasts in China. All other tasks had to be put aside. With one more force, there would be countless more possibilities. Currently, the star organization was very efficient in carrying out missions. Hence, it was the right way to not disturb and interfere with external forces. Zhang Songfu also did not recommend Jiang Shao to send 2 mechas to the European continent to gather intelligence. He did not approve of Jiang Shao contacting external forces at this stage. However, Zhang Songfu was in favor of the 2 mechas improving the quality of their star techniques. Of course, he hoped that Jiang Shao would be stronger. Jiang Sun did not comment. Then, Jiang Shao flashed over. It was a night worth celebrating. Lu Dong's team had finally completed their mission and could return to the team. The only imperfection was that there were still some white krakens and black krakens wandering around in the central and southern parts of Ludong. However, their numbers were already very few, and they believed that even if they were released to Earth, they would not be able to cause much trouble. That night, Jiang Shao also felt like a leader for the first time. He shook hands with the Yin-Yang Soul Warriors and white-faced dancers that he brought out of the Yin-Yang Tower. The Star Beasts also respected Jiang Shao very much. Everyone who saw him would nod and bow to him. Well, they had to bow too. All of the Yin-Yang Soul Warriors and white-faced dancers were 5 meters tall. If they did not bend down, Jiang Shao would not be able to reach their hands. Filled with joy, Jiang Shao adjusted and reopened the gate of the Calamity Shadow World. He looked at the hard-working soldiers and gestured in the direction of the gate. Now let's go home. The large group of people entered and stopped at the gate of the Calamity Shadow World. Huh? Where's this place? Little Chongyang rode the Black Ridge Fire Feather and carried Jiang Sun into the Calamity Shadow World. He looked curiously at the city in front of him. Jiang Shao, what is this place? Little Chongyang kicked Jiang Sun behind him with his short legs, his eyes still not willing to leave the city in front of him. It was similar to the majestic city of Yigu Tower. The city wall in front of him was terrifyingly tall. It was at least 15 to 16 meters tall. Above the city gate, there were a few big words, Dancing Soul City. Jiang Shao also walked out of the portal. Looking at the people who were looking up at the city, he smiled and said, "During the past month when you were fighting in the Ludong territory, I asked Wang Dachui of Yegu Tower to lead a group of Yin-Yang Soul Warriors and white-faced dancers to build this city." Jiang Shao looked at the Yin-Yang Soul Warriors and white-faced dancers, and he couldn't help but sigh. "I hope they can find a sense of belonging here." Jiang Shao continued, "It's not good for you soul warriors, dancers, and book souls to mix with the creatures of Yegu Tower all day long. I know in your subconscious, you are very resistant to leaving your hometown. You don't even want to leave the Ludong territory for a second. So this is the Ludong territory, the land where you lived before." Sure enough, after hearing that they were from the land of Ludong, the originally quiet team was a little restless. At this moment, the city gate of the Dancing Soul City suddenly opened. Several Yin-Yang Soul Warriors pushed the huge city gate open. A human man was smiling and waving at them. Little Chongyang had sharp ears and eyes. She immediately saw Jiang Shao at the city gate and shouted, "Wow, there's a Jiang Shao." Jiang Sun, who was riding on a horse, couldn't help but stretch out his hand and bend his finger to gently knock the back of her head. Not one. Oh! Little Chongyang covered the back of her head with her hands. She wasn't angry. She lowered her head and snickered. "How many Jiang Shao are there?" Jiang Sun said, "There are many of them. There are 3 city lords alone. There's a Jiang Hua in the Birch Forest, a Jiang Yi in the Yegu Tower, and the one in front of you is called..." Jiang Sun looked up at the plaque of the Dancing Soul City, hesitated, and said, "Let's call him Jiang Wu." Jiang Wu's real name should be Jiang Tu, but his head was stabbed by a member of the Fairy Flower Organization. The previous Jiang Tu had been studying with Chui Kelly after being summoned by Jiang Shao. Now, since the bait was stationed in this city and was going to be the city lord and control the forces, Jiang Tu changed his name to Jiang Wu. It matched the name of the city and was easy to remember. In the future, after Jiang Wu finished studying with Chui Kelly, he would build a Chui Kelly mecha on the spot. Jiang Wu would guard and control the forces of the Star Beasts in the Dancing Soul City. At the same time, he would control the Chui Kelly mecha and join the Battle of Star Advent. But for now, Jiang Wu's skills weren't good enough. He still had to work hard for a while. Behind him, Jiang Sun said, "Let's go." Eh. Little Chongyang moved his buttocks and turned around on the horse's back. He looked at Jiang Sun with his big eyes and said, "Now, don't we go in and have a look?" Jiang Sun smiled and nodded. "There will be opportunities in the future. Let's go." Behind them, Jiang Xiao patted Zhang Songfu's shoulder and said, "Sorry to trouble you, brother." Zhang Songfu smiled and said, "It's a piece of cake. You can come and pick me up after I've sorted out the order in the city." "Okay." Jiang Xiao nodded heavily. Then Jiang Xiao, Jiang Sun, Little Chongyang, and the others quietly left the space gate. In front of the city gate, Jiang Wu looked at the group of elite soldiers and couldn't help but nod secretly. When they first selected Star Beasts and went to the Ludong land, there were only 2 white-faced dancers, 40 Inyang soul warriors, and only Hua and the paper and ink book soul. But now, as the team traveled all over the Ludong land, the team had grown to more than 500 people. In the course of the expedition, this team could be said to have been carefully selected. They left the strong and powerful clansmen and drove the others into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world. Those living beings were scattered in every corner of the Ludong land. Jiang Wu said, "This will be your home from now on. All the living beings you found in the Ludong land are living in this land. My team has more important things to do, so they will leave for a while. But I will stay here with you and lead you to develop. I will also help you improve your fighting strength, like how I helped Yegu Tower. I will teach you fighting skills when the school starts." Then, Jiang Wu waved to the crowd and signaled them to settle in the city. Jiang Wu and Zhang Songfu were busy arranging for the Star Beasts to stay in the various houses. After a few hours, they were finally done. There were only 2 Inyang soul warriors, 2 white-faced dancers, and a little high-tier book soul with a long mouth by their side. Little Hua and Jiang Sun had gotten along very well during the battle. At this moment, Little Hua had naturally transferred his feelings for Jiang Sun to Jiang Wu. Zhang Songfu looked at the 5 Star Beasts and said, "From now on, the Dancing Soul City needs us to protect it together." Without a doubt, the few Star Beasts that were left behind were all leaders that Jiang Xiao had imbued and promoted. Moreover, they had stood out in the process of carrying out missions. They all had great rallying power in their respective clans. Jiang Wu raised her head and looked at the 4 giant Star Beasts. She said, "Soul 1, Soul 2, Wu 1, Wu 2, organize the team tomorrow morning and report the number of people in our clans." "Yes." Jiang Wu continued, "Soul 1, count the people who want to learn fighting skills. Tell your clansmen that I will only teach giant blades and sky halberds." At the side, the white-faced dancer stretched out her long fingers and lifted the bamboo hat in front of her forehead, revealing a face that looked like a mahjong board. Her eyes suddenly opened, giving Jiang Xiao a shock. "Can I learn?" "Yes, you can." Jiang Wu stuttered. "This female ghost, really? Frightening. Besides, you're just a support-type Star Beast. Why would you want to learn close combat skills? Are you looking for a beating?" On the side, Zhang Songfu nudged Jiang Wu's arm and chuckled. "Like support, like disciple. Huh." Jiang Wu looked at Zhang Songfu grumpily and said, "Let's go back to the mansion with me. You leaders will live in my house from now on. Wang Dachui built me a house with several entrances. You guys can live outside as bodyguards." "Oh, right." Jiang Wu suddenly thought of something and said, "Your senses are very strong. If I disturb you, I will arrange another place for you to stay." Zhang Songfu was confused. "What? Don't bait need rest?" Jiang Wu grinned and said, "That's not it. It's just that I'm in a state where my head is hanging from a beam. Chui Kelly is still tied to a pillar in my house. Whenever I think of something, I will talk to her. She doesn't cry or make a fuss. She's not loud, but I don't want to disturb your rest." Zhang Songfu had a strange expression and said, "Chui Kelly? Fairy flower leader? You tied her up in a golden house?" Jiang Wu was dumbfounded. Zhang Songfu smiled and said, "Let's stay at your place. We can communicate if there's anything. I also want to sort out this Dancing Soul City as soon as possible so that I can return to the team as soon as possible. By the way, how are things in Damon?" Jiang Wu nodded and said, "We've already begun to encounter level 5 creatures. Besides, we also encountered a large number of Arrow Mountain clan on the border. It's a bit tricky. Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, we will probably encounter the Black Ridge Firewing clan. I hope Little Chongyang's Black Ridge Firewing clan can provide us with some convenience. Zhang Songfu nodded in admiration and said, "We've only just sorted out the land of Ludong, but you've already gone through the 3 northern provinces and more than half of Daming. This efficiency." Zhang Wu grabbed Zhang Songfu's shoulder and shook it vigorously. "My main body has the star technique, terrain, and I have a big fish. If we split up and search, we'll definitely be able to fly and flash all the way. Of course, the search will be faster. Don't think about it. The land of Ludong has already been searched by your team. The team is not led by me, Jiang Sun, but by you. Now is the time to be happy." "Yes." Zhang Songfu nodded heavily. He was very sure that the land of Ludong on Earth, except for the Yuandu area that had not been specially cleaned up, was definitely peaceful. I, Zhang Songfu, may not be meritorious, but I've at least made great contributions. I didn't embarrass the Guardians of the Night. Thank you, Alliance Leader Chilling Heart, for the reward of 30,000 yuan. Midnight, 12/17/20. Chapter 1125. Jia Geng, the President of the Proud Right. Early in the morning, in Han Jianshue's room on the 2nd floor of the stone villa. Little Chongyang yawned and stretched. She kicked the blanket with her short legs and opened her sleepy eyes. However, she saw an unfamiliar ceiling. After a while, little Chongyang finally remembered where she was. She quickly got up, stepped on her shoes, and kicked them with all her might. Finally, she put on the thick cotton boots made by Annie Savage for her. Little Chongyang scurried to the windowsill and looked down at the beautiful forest by the lake. Little Chongyang's eyes widened as he watched, because in the distant lake, a person had actually floated up. That's Jiang Shao. Will he drown? Yes, he definitely won't. He's omnipotent. Little Chongyang. Someone suddenly knocked on the door, and Jiang Shao called out, "Time to get up and eat." Huh? Little Chongyang looked at Jiang Shao, who was floating in the lake outside, and heard the sound behind the door. She reacted for a while and finally remembered that there were many Jiang Shao there. Little Chongyang hurriedly scurried to the door, opened it, and popped her head out to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao smiled when he saw how adorable the little girl was. He said, "Did you forget something when you showered in the gym yesterday?" Little Chongyang blinked and asked curiously, "What is it?" Jiang Shao extended his hand, and all of a sudden, there were some tinkling sounds. I forgot." Little Chongyang blushed and hurriedly reached out to grab the bone necklace and earrings. Jiang Shao patted little Chongyang's head and said, "Get ready and go downstairs to eat. We have to go out and carry out the mission. Time is running out. Let's hurry up. It's best if we can reach the place where the Black Ridge Fire Plume lives by tonight. That way, your star pet will have a friend to accompany it." Okay. Little Chongyang exclaimed as she put on the bone necklace in a flurry. Jiang Shao closed the door and said, "Change into your pajamas. I'll wait for you at the restaurant downstairs." Although he said that, Jiang Shao went to the 3rd floor and knocked on second last door. Knock, knock, knock. Huff. The gust of wind blew, and the door opened. Jiang Shao saw the blind lady standing in front of the sofa in a fluttering white dress, looking up at the huge photo. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and asked, "What's going on? Why aren't you downstairs? What time is it?" The blind lady didn't turn around. Instead, she said indifferently, "I'm sorry." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" The blind lady turned around and said softly, "I failed." Stunned for a moment, Jiang Shao asked, "You failed to absorb the star pet? They all failed?" The blind lady shook her head and said, "The sea-devouring soul failed. The crystal dragon succeeded." Oh, Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's already very good." In fact, even if you and Star Beast reach an agreement, there's still a chance of failure in absorbing star pets. After a while, Marta and I will go to the bottom of the North Atlantic to see if we can find more cubs. Currently, I know that the place where the sea-devouring soul is produced doesn't have any babies. When I went there last night, there were so many clothes, but the hum-hum whale only found 2 babies. Let's wait for them to reproduce again." The blind lady wasn't in a good mood and felt more guilty. She asked softly, "How's Jiangong?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, "He succeeded. He's now wearing a cloak and floating in the lake. Let's go downstairs and eat." Okay. After little Chongyang put on her clothes, she had already gone downstairs. Jiang Shao did not lie to her. In the dining room, Jiang Shao was indeed waiting for her with an apron on. There was also a particularly handsome, tall, and muscular man eating beef. It was the kind that had traces of blood on it and wasn't cooked. Little Chongyang smacked her lips when she saw it. Her mother had tried her best and spent many years to get the savages to stop eating raw meat and drinking blood. Everything they ate had to be roasted before eating. Yet, this big brother seemed to have the intention to revert. His name is Wu Haoyang. Just like you, he's a Star Ocean warrior, Jiang Shou introduced. Wu Haoyang turned around and his eyes lit up. This girl is wild. What a strong aura. Jiang Shou placed another plate of beef in front of Wu Haoyang, leaned over and whispered, "This is he Chongyang, the one I told you about. Star Ocean warrior." Wu Haoyang was speechless. This kid is in the Star Ocean warrior realm. Wu Haoyang opened his mouth wide. Jiang Shou did tell him her name, but he didn't tell him her star power realm. Wu Haoyang, who was dumbfounded, didn't move at all. Traces of beef blood flowed down the corner of Wu Haoyang's mouth. Jiang Shou felt uncomfortable and wiped Wu Haoyang's chin with a rag. Wu Haoyang hurriedly shut his mouth, but Jiang Shou mumbled, medium rare, milk legs I won't cook for you in the future. All I can do every day is sweep the floor and wipe the table, go to the Flower Sea Ranch, and eat the buttocks of the cows. Medium rare, it's definitely fresh. Spill on the ranch if you bleed. Don't bring it home. I still have to wipe the floor." Wu Haoyang blushed and said, "Don't spout nonsense." Little Chongyang sat at the dining table and looked at Wu Haoyang curiously. This big brother is so weird. That thought didn't last for 3 seconds. After she ate a piece of fried beef, she exploded. She looked up at Jiang Shou with tears in her eyes and almost cried, "It's too delicious." Jiang Shou smiled and nodded. "There are thorny fruits in the backyard. I've already planted them. You can eat them in a while." MMM. Little Chongyang's mouth was stuffed with beef. She wolfed it down and nodded. After breakfast, the Celestial Advent team set off again without stopping. They traveled from the north to the south, from the border between Huaxia and the Great Ming Empire, all the way to the Northland Autonomous Region. Little Chongyang and Jiang Sun, who returned to the team, worked seamlessly with the team. Jiang Gong, who appeared out of nowhere, really became a cannon with explosive output, leaving the members of the Celestial Advent team speechless. Jiang Gong had the sea-devouring Soul Star pet, and he was omnipotent. At the same time, his perception was extremely strong, and with the help of his own perception and synesthesia, his tier domain star technique made Jiang Gong an omniscient god on the battlefield. With the help of swiftness, Jiang Gong's movements were extremely fast, and his reaction was even faster. He shot rapidly one after another, as if he wasn't fighting, but performing a perfect practical lesson for everyone. He had the diamond body of death for defense, the platinum black feather arrow and the diamond white feather arrow formation for long-range attacks, and the diamond pearl of death for melee attacks. The members of the team also experienced what it was like to drive the star beasts away from the level 1 to level 3 subterranean beasts. Jiang Gong finally understood something. It turns out that being the Empress is so awesome. It's no wonder Sister P holds her head high and looks at us with her chin. Her output is too violent. Come at me. I'll admit defeat if you can get close to me. Back then, in the arena of the World Cup, Jiang Shao only had archery skills, but he didn't have any archery star techniques. Although he did well in the competition, he wasn't flashy at all. But now, rumble, deafening explosions rang out one after another. In the sky, a white star power arrow was hanging high in the air and shooting white feather arrows downwards. Every time it landed on the ground or on a tree, it would immediately explode. Trees collapsed, The ground was torn apart, the star power was wantonly, and flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Jiangong was wearing a cloak and flying in the air while holding the black feather bow in his hand. The exquisite black feather bow was still dripping with pitch-black starlight, which looked strange and beautiful. Take the pair and run. Jiangong continuously shot arrows at a surprisingly fast speed. One after another, the pitch-black arrows were shot out. With the cooperation of the white feather arrow formation and the black feather arrows, a group of nearly 200 ghost wolves fled frantically towards the portal that Jiang Shao had opened. "We've gone astray. Seal the path on the left and right," Jiang Shao commanded loudly while opening the 100-meter-long portal. On the left side of the huge portal, little Chonyang thought of something, and the black ridge fire feather, which was connected to her, shrieked. Harumph! At the next moment, a series of firestorms swept out and smashed on the right side of the Ghost Wolf army. All of a sudden, the escape route of the Ghost Wolf army was corrected, and they gathered in the middle. They didn't dare to step into the wall of fire created by the firestorms, for fear that their bodies would be completely crushed. The little crystal dragon let out a roar. Its slender and cold body wrapped around the blind girl's body, circled around her neck, passed through her armpits, and raised its exquisite dragon head from her chest. It was clearly a dragon, but it really thought of itself as a snake. It looked very strange. Under Blind Lady's signal, little crystal dragon roared, and a series of huge ice crystals fell from the sky, blocking the right path of the Ghost Wolves. The Ghost Wolf clan was really difficult. On the grassland, they were considered an arrogant and domineering team. However, they didn't expect to encounter such a group of destructive players. On the left side of the Ghost Wolf pack was a crazily sweeping firewall, and on the right side was a crazily smashing rock candy. Under the concentrated bombardment of explosive arrows, the alpha of the Ghost Wolf pack let out a howl. He no longer cared about anything else and charged straight into the gate of the Shadow Calamity world. Afterward, more than 200 Ghost Wolves followed the Alpha Wolf and rushed in. Jiang Shao immediately closed the space portal. Jiang Gong looked up at the white-feathered arrows hanging in the air. With a thought, he manipulated the white-feathered arrows with his star technique and made them disappear without a trace. As the rain of arrows disappeared and the pack of ghost wolves charged into the spatial gate, the chaotic battlefield regained its tranquility. Yay! Little Chonyang clenched her fists happily. This was much more comfortable than carrying out missions in Ludong. The combat power of the few people in the team was far stronger than that of the hundreds of people in the Dancing Soul City. Besides, it was a more satisfying fight. Jiang Shao was actually very happy too. Compared to the shrinking circle of sorrowful tears, the explosive attack was obviously more direct and pure. The star beasts that were chased away obviously knew where to run to. They wouldn't become deranged, flee in all directions, or pretend to be dead. Jiang Shao thought of something and turned to look at Wu Haoyang. If you can lead a group of Ghost Wolf army, you'll definitely be the best at attacking cities. Yeah, Wu Haoyang nodded, seemingly deep in thought. The Ghost Wolf clan had an extremely special star technique, Blood Fong. Activating this star technique would add a slight tearing effect to the Star Warriors' attacks. The uniqueness of this star technique lay in the number of users. In a team, the more people, wolves, that activated Blood Fong, the stronger the tearing effect of Blood Fong. On Earth, Blood Fong was a brass quality. When 10 people, wolves, activated it at the same time, although the quality of the star technique would not change, the effect would be the effect of Silver Blood Fong. The team of 100 people, wolves, would activate Blood Fong at the same time and reach gold quality. In this mutated ball, the Blood Fong star technique of the gold quality Ghost Wolf was of silver quality. In other words, 10 people, wolves, would be at gold quality, and 100 people, wolves, would be at platinum quality. If Wu Haoyang could really lead a 1,000-man Ghost Wolf army, he would really be able to tear everything in sight. Jiang Shao said, "I think the alpha of the pack of wolves is rather intelligent. It ambushed, circled around, fought, and escaped. Faced with the pressure exerted by our team, it led the team and made tactical adjustments again and again. In the end, it had no choice but to escape. Maybe you can try fighting them. Before Jiang Shao finished speaking, he frowned slightly. Wu Haoyang frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" The blind lady tilted her head slightly and tried to sense everything around her, but she did not find any enemies. Her perception was limited to the surroundings of the battlefield, which was far from the range of Jiang Zhao's tear field. Jiang Shao said, "I saw the Black Ridge fire plume pack. They're in the south." Jiang Shao then turned to look at Little Chongyang. Jiang Sun, who was on the horse, had already started giving instructions. "I'll summon the humming whale later and get it to translate for us." Of course, the Black Ridge fire plume doesn't need to translate. Your fire plume is connected to your mind. Whatever you say, it will be able to convey to its tribe. Little Chongyang nodded repeatedly. "Okay." Jiang Sun continued, "Restrain your wildness. Don't be too harsh with your words. Be more friendly. We're going to discuss with them." Little Chongyang replied, "Okay." Jiang Sun said, "Don't take it lightly. This mission is very dangerous. You've seen the power of the Black Ridge fire plume's diamond firestorm just now. The Black Ridge fire plume has to be above diamond. If it's a star, once it gets angry, I got it. I got it." Little Chongyang muttered in dissatisfaction and flew forward on the Black Ridge fire plume. She liked to play with Jiang Shao, but she disliked his nagging, which reminded her of her aunt. At the back, Jiang Shao watched as the iron-headed baby moved forward. He also summoned the humming whale, and the Star Advent team quickly followed. Wu Haoyang hurriedly chased after them. In fact, Wu Haoyang's eyes have been glued to the Black Ridge fire plume ever since it appeared under Little Chongyang's crotch. He had been eyeing the red rabbit for a long time. A good horse goes with a good sword. At this moment, he already had martial star conversion, green dragon crescent. All he needed was a good horse to start his cavalry career. Jiang Shao went to communicate with the Black Ridge fire plume pack with the idea of befriending them, which made Wu Haoyang overjoyed. At this moment, Wu Haoyang had a thought in his mind. "If I can have such a fine horse, I'm willing to lose 20 years of my life. One day, if I, Wu Haoyang, can lead a team of Black Ridge fire plume cavalry and fight on the battlefield with thousands of understar ghost wolves, not to mention losing 20 years of my life, it'll be worth it even if I die." Chapter 11:26. Neigh, rumble, rumble. The sound of horses neighing and snorting could be heard. The members of the Celestial Advent Party followed behind Little Chongyang carefully. At this moment, Jiang Shao was the one sitting on the horse behind Little Chongyang. No matter how powerful the other party was, the Black Ridge Fire Feather did not have any control-type star techniques. Hence, once things went south, Jiang Shao could immediately leave with Little Chongyang and Little Charcoal, mutated Black Ridge Fire Feather. Tisk TSK. Awesome. Awesome. Wu Haoyang murmured softly. His eyes were burning with passion as he stared at the undulating mountains in the distance, where a group of tall horses were grazing with their heads lowered. There were probably more than 600 of them. The Black Ridge Fire Feather lived in a very special place. It was located at the border between Great Ming Dynasty and the north. Since they were entrenched there, it was difficult to tell which region they belonged to. Staring at the thousands of horses, Wu Haoyang finally realized how despicable that thief Chao was. Back then, Chao Amon actually gave Red Rabbit to Second Master. Damn it, who could stand that? Compared to Madame Chao, she probably couldn't even compare to a horse's leg. Blind Lady let out a soft nasal sound and turned her head curiously to look at Wu Haoyang, who was trembling. Of course, everyone would love a powerful star pet, but Wu Haoyang seemed to be possessed. Wu Haoyang sighed and smiled sheepishly. In a straightforward manner, he said, "Just looking at it from afar is already very satisfying. Look, there's a pure black pony over there. It should be in the form of a cub, right?" Blind Lady replied calmly, "I can't see it." Wu Haoyang was speechless. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who was riding on Little Charcoal, sensed the hostile gazes around him. Although Jiang Shao was powerful and confident, he would still shudder when he was stared at by a group of high-quality creatures. Little Chongyang shifted her, but forward, her body leaning forward, her elbows on the back of the horse, her small hands supporting her chin. Looking at the black ridge fire feathers who had stopped to look at them, she said, "Are you willing to come with us?" As he spoke, little Chongyang spread his arms and gestured. "Our family has a huge grassland. The grass is fat and beautiful. I'll give you that prairie as your territory, okay? You'll be able to run and fly as you please. You won't have to live a miserable life here." At the back, Jiang Shao nodded secretly. Listen to little Chongyang's words. How sensible. Due to the place she lived in, Blackridge Fireplume was restricted to this place by some strange rules. At the border between Great Ming and the northern lands, at least the place where Jiang Shao was at now, was a stretch of rolling mountains. The land was relatively barren, and the environment in such a place was not good. What made people curious was that this group of creatures that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth could easily move north and enter the Great Ming Prairie. They could eat until their bodies were plump and strong, but they stubbornly entrenched themselves here, neither south nor north. They just ate the sparse grasses, feeling wronged. Harumph, as little Chongyang's voice fell, Charcoal Red, who was under him, raised its head to the sky and neighed, as if communicating with its clansmen. All of a sudden, even the Blackridge Fireplume that was eating grass in the distance pricked up their ears and raised their heads to look in this direction. The sounds of horses neighing filled the air, and a few seconds later, the sound of a whale roaring could be heard in the sky. Buzz, Jiang Shao felt the image provided by the buzzing whale and hurriedly put away his field tear star technique. Putting aside the abduction, the Blackridge Fireplume clearly did not like the rainy environment. Well, they were fire element creatures after all. It was normal for them not to like it. As Jiang Shao put away his field tear star technique, the drizzle disappeared, and the gloomy sky gradually showed signs of clearing up. The Blackridge Fireplume had extremely keen senses and clearly realized something as they looked at the mutated Charcoal Red curiously. Jiang Shao tugged at the corner of little Chongyang's clothes and said, "Yes, tell them that I was the one who stopped the rain. This is our way of expressing our goodwill." Jiang Shao then opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World, which led directly to the fertile grasslands of the Great Ming Empire. Although there were grasslands in China and the Great Ming Empire, there were all kinds of subterranean star creatures in the grasslands of the Great Ming Empire after the plundering of the Star Advent team. Jiang Shao felt a little nervous and wondered, will they be willing to move? Will the magical rules of the region restrict their actions? Jiang Shao whispered, "Tell them that this is their new home and this territory belongs to them. There are no other star beasts in this vast grassland." Little Chongyang's mind stirred, and Charcoal Red cried out again. Jiang Shao watched helplessly as an adult Black Ridge fire feather strode forward and stuck its huge head into the gate of the Calamity World. Jiang Shao was secretly delighted and thought, there's a chance? After negotiating for so long, the Blackridge Fireplume did not seem to have any intention of attacking. Clearly, the mutated Charcoal Red seemed to have a certain degree of appeal within the clan. In that case, the Blackridge Fireplume should be a diamond quality creature. So, the mutated ones are superior to those of the same level. Indeed, it was the right decision to bring little Chongyang on this mission. A few seconds later, the Blackridge Fireplume walked in. "Ah, awesome." Little Chongyang laughed happily. She moved her little butt and wrapped her arms around Charcoal's neck. She lowered her head and kissed Charcoal's mane with all her might. She kissed Charcoal's mane. Pft. Little Chongyang hurriedly got up and spat twice. The Blackridge Fireplume also walked over and hesitantly came to the door of the Calamity Shadow World. They stuck their heads in and looked around. As Charcoal Red neighed continuously, more and more Blackridge Fireplume came over and walked into the door. Jiang Shao was secretly delighted. Without wasting a single soldier, he managed to obtain so many fine horses. What a great feeling. The cavalry regiment was probably going to be settled. However, at this moment, the sky that had already cleared up started to rain again. The rain came first, and the clouds came later. Dark clouds gathered once again. This rain was not a drizzle, but a light drizzle. Jiang Xiao. Little Chongyang turned around curiously, only to realize that Jiang Zhao's eyes were not red, and there were no signs of him using any star techniques. With a sullen expression, Jiang Xiao looked up at the sky and vaguely felt that something was amiss. However, he did not expect that the rainy environment would speed up the migration of the Blackridge fireplume. Under Charcoal Red's call, the Blackridge fireplume herd went from hesitation to striding into the space door to take shelter from the rain. It was a dreamy scene. Of course, the happiest one was Wu Haoyang. He stared fixedly at one of the foals and watched it enter Jiang Zhao's shadow of Calamity World. Wu Haoyang waved his fist excitedly. At the side, the blind lady smirked. She initially thought that Jiang Xiao was a mature and steady star warrior. Wu Haoyang was extremely sharp and naturally sensed everything. Ahem, ahem. Wu Haoyang pretended to cough twice and said, Captain Xiaopi, you did a good job in carrying out the mission. I like it. The blind lady ignored Wu Haoyang, and her body suddenly shattered into a pile of ink. Beside Jiang Xiao, the ink spread out from the ground, and the tall figure of the blind lady emerged from the ground. She then stood up shakily. She said, Since the effect is good, let's walk around the border between Great Ming Dynasty and Northland. Are there any Blackridge Fireplume clan around? Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red, and he said, Wait a minute, this isn't my reign. I'll be right back. The blind lady was slightly stunned. Huh? Jiang Xiao closed his eyes tightly, and his tear of domain immediately flowed down. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao's face stiffened, and he exclaimed, Someone is coming from the east. The blind lady asked, Someone? Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he said in a trembling voice, A team of 4. This is the uniform of the Guardians of the Night. The blind lady was dumbfounded. With a sullen expression, Jiang Xiao said, The Guardians of the Night of China. As for whether their identities are true or not, further verification is required. Wu Haoyang also strode over and asked, Shall we meet them? Jiang Xiao said, They've already discovered us. While speaking, Jiang Xiao stretched out his hand and caught the drizzle in the sky. You can't feel it, but this rain is not only my tier of domain, but also theirs. The blind lady said, Let's disperse then. Okay. Jiang Xiao nodded. Third last, team up with Jiang Sun. Haoyang, stay here. At the same time, Jiang Gong left. Of course, although it was called hiding, the terrain was especially open with undulating mountains. There wasn't even a single tree, so there was no place to hide. Besides, since the other party had the tier of domain, Jiang Gong's location was also exposed to them. Hence, Jiang Gong seemed to be telling them that he was here and waiting for them. Jiang Xiao dismounted from his horse and stood at the gate of the Calamity Shadow Realm. He kept the gate open and waited for the flocks of Black Ridge fire feathers to enter. At the same time, he mixed cleansing tears into his domain tears. He was fully prepared as he waited for the team that was more than 10 kilometers away to arrive. Oh, is it the Calamity Ruins and the space-time rift? Jiang Xiao murmured softly with his eyes closed while activating the tier of domain to cover the battlefield. If it's the space-time rift, the distance of the flash is a little short. It should be the most primitive platinum space-time rift. In Jiang Zhao's tier of domain, he could sense that one of the soldiers in the team of 4 had opened a space gate, after which 3 of his teammates immediately entered, while the remaining soldier hurried and flashed frantically towards their location. In a few moments, everyone felt a soldier dressed in a Black Guardians of the Night uniform suddenly appearing above their heads and standing in the rain. Officer Jiang Xiaopi? The young soldier was excited and looked down at Jiang Xiao and the others, as well as the war horses that were rushing towards the space gate. There was a hint of excitement in the soldier's eyes, and he asked again, You're Brigadier Commander Jiang, right? Jiang Xiao looked up and nodded at the soldiers who were wearing the new uniforms of the Guardians of the Night. The soldier was overjoyed and marveled at the scene in front of him while his mind raced. He initially thought that Brigadier Commander Jiang had led his men to kill everyone in the 3 northern provinces of China and the 5 eastern alliances. Hence, there were few dimensional spaces and holy ground in the lower dimensions. However, it seemed that Brigadier Commander Jiang was driving the star beasts in the alien sphere into a space gate. This space should be the so-called Calamity World in the information reported by the Tail Feather Brigade, right? As the first batch of Guardians of the Night sent to the alien sphere, the soldier was also a knowledgeable person. Of course, he recognized the breed of the tall horses as the Black Ridge Fire Feather. The Black Ridge Fire Feather on Earth is already of the platinum quality. In this alien sphere, wouldn't its strength be sky-high? What method did Brigadier Commander Jiang use to make them obediently enter the Calamity World? The more the young soldier thought about it, the more he admired Jiang Xiao. His gaze was full of respect. Jiang Xiao's scalp tingled as he looked at Jiang Xiao. He probably can't even pretend to look like that, right? Seeing that the soldier was staring at him without saying a word, Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and asked, "Did you accidentally enter the alien sphere? Where did you come from?" The soldier snapped back to his senses and hurriedly replied, "No, we specially entered the alien sphere to support you." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Chapter 11:27. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he said, "Come down and talk. Stand at attention. Stand properly." The night guard immediately stood at attention on the ground in a flash. Jiang Sun, who was standing beside the blind lady, suddenly raised his hand and smashed the soldier with the sound of silence. The soldier was a little uncomfortable, but he still stood in the same spot. His body shape, appearance, and clothes did not change at all. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "The effect of the Earth Hibiscus Star Technique is very strong. Try to understand it." The soldier opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound and had no choice but to nod in response. Jiang Xiao said, "Come out." The soldier quickly walked out of the range of sound of silence and said, "Jiang LV, we've finally found you." Jiang Xiao remained unmoved and said, "Name and serial number." The soldier also realized his negligence and hurriedly replied, "North Guardians of the Night, 3rd Light Chasing Team, Civil and Military Team, Yang Yuan." The short-haired young man then took out a Guardians of the Night identification card from his chest pocket. Civil and Military Team? A light chasing team with a designated number? Jiang Xiao reached out to grab the identification card that the soldier threw over and confirmed that it was correct. Yang Yuan asked, "Jiang LV, can I call my teammates out?" "Okay." Jiang Xiao nodded and thought to himself, the soldier seems to be 28 or 29 years old and is in his prime. As a member of the light chasing team, he should be rather powerful. China is sending someone for me? As Yang Yuan opened the space door, 2 men and a woman walked out. When they saw Jiang Zhao's team, the eyes of the soldiers lit up. The woman seemed to have a strong reaction. However, she wasn't looking at Jiang Xiao, but at Wu Haoyang, who was beside him. Identification. Jiang Xiao hooked his hand, and the soldiers tossed their identification cards over one after another. Jiang Xiao asked, "Is there anyone else coming up?" Yang Yuan replied, "The Guardians of the Night, the Wasteland Reclaimers, and the Mountain Crushers have a total of 10,000 people. They're currently camping in Liaodong and exploring the surroundings to gather intelligence." Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment. 10,000 people? Yang Yuan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Jiang LV's actions in the alien sphere have been reflected on Earth. When we came up, except for a few urban areas in Beijiang, Zhongji, Liaodong, Ludong, and the Central Plains, other than a few urban areas, there were no space gates or holy grounds opened." And Jiang Xiao was overjoyed, although he already knew that this would be the result. Hearing it from the soldier's mouth further ensured that Starlin's efforts were not in vain. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xiao asked with a peculiar expression, "How did you know that I was the one who did this? Did the Tail Feather Brigade report it? Or is it Elder He?" Yang Yuan replied, "It was reported by Senior He Yun." The Tail Feather Brigade also confirmed the accuracy of the information. This time, we came from the Jianan snow plains. He gave us directions from the upper dimensional snow plains. Before we came to Earth, according to Senior He Yun's last update, on Earth, the number of dimensional spaces in the 5 alliances in the north has gradually decreased. After we came to Earth, our army went south and split into several teams to search. As expected, we found you guys in Great Ming. Jiang Zhao's heart jerked when he heard this, and he said, "How's the Tail Feather Brigade now? Did he come up with you? Will the Tail Feather Brigade be punished for taking the blame for Jiang Zhao? Because the dimensional space in Dajiang province is still frequently opening, the Tail Feather Brigade is still stationed in Dajiang and has not entered the other world." Yang Yuan quickly replied. Oh, Jiang Zhao was a little disappointed. Soon, after we're done with Great Ming, we'll go straight to Dajiang. Sir, the only female soldier in the civil and martial team suddenly spoke up. Speak. Jiang Zhao tossed his military identification card back. Through the military identification card, Jiang Zhao found out that the female soldier's name was Yang Yiwu. He then looked at Yang Yuan and Yang Yiwu's appearances and reckoned that they should be siblings. Could the civil and martial team be named after the siblings? In that case, they should be really strong. In addition, Yang Yuan had displayed the star techniques of the Reign of Tears series and Void Scourge. It was enough to tell that the team sent by the Chinese army to support Jiang Zhao and carry out the mission on the other world was all top-notch. The female soldier, Yang Yiwu, looked at Wu Haoyang with an intense gaze and asked, "Excuse me, are you Wu Haoyang, a student from the Northern Military Academy and a member of the World Cup?" Wu Haoyang nodded and said, "That's me." Yang Yiwu said, "You went missing in the Northern Military Academy. You entered the other world by mistake and met up with Brigadier Jiang." Wu Haoyang answered, "Yes." Yang Yiwu hurriedly asked, "Are there any other civilians?" Wu Haoyang turned to look at Jiang Zhao. "Yeah," Jiang Zhao said, "there are 34 civilians who are currently in my Scourge ruins and are very safe." Yang Yiwu nodded thoughtfully and said, "Liaoyan City reported that 42 people are missing." Upon hearing this, Wu Haoyang's face turned gloomy while Jiang Zhao sighed in his heart. He reckoned that some of the civilians must have encountered an accident when they first entered the other world by mistake. However, Wu Haoyang, who was at the peak of Galaxy, managed to protect most of the civilians on his own back then. That was already considered outstanding. Jiang Zhao sighed and said, "When I rushed to Liaoyan City, I searched every inch of the place several times. These are the only people left." Yang Yiwu said again, "That night, there were strange phenomena not only in Liaodong, but also in Shudu City, in Central Plains and Six Rivers City in Guizhou. Many people like Wu Haoyang also entered the other world by mistake." Jiang Zhao's face stiffened. "What did you say?" The female soldier, Yang Yiwu, confirmed Shudu City in Central Plains, Guizhou, and Six Rivers City. Jiang Zhao's face turned pale, and he blurted out, F***CK. Why? It would be fine if Jiang Zhao had not set foot in the Central Plains. However, there was a team from the Star Advent organization in the Central Plains to carry out the mission. At this moment, the team from the Central Plains had already entered the final stage, and the mission was about to be completed. However, in order to get star beads and star techniques out of the dimensional space for Earth, the team from the Central Plains had traveled all over the Central Plains. The only place they did not go was Shudu City and the area under its jurisdiction. Damn it. Jiang Zhao opened the door of the Scourge Ruins and said, "Hurry up and go in." The Star Advent team rushed towards the space gate without hesitation. Jiang Zhao looked at the civil and martial team and said, "I'll recruit the few of you. Join me temporarily. Go in." Yes. The civil and martial team immediately went in, but they were all dumbfounded. It was not that they had never seen what the Scourge Ruins looked like. However, wasn't Brigadier Zhang's Scourge Ruins a little too much? Although they knew that Brigadier Zhang had a Scourge Ruins, according to the information reported by the Tail Feather Brigade. Where are we? A forest? A lake? Why is there a villa? In the Scourge ruins, Jiang Sun hurriedly ordered, "Split up now." Jiang Shao, Jiang Gong, and Three Tails will go to Guizhou to look for someone. I, Little Chongyang, Wu Haoyang, and the civil and martial team will go to Shudu City together. As he spoke, another Jiang Shao appeared beside him. It was obviously Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao opened the door of the Scourge Ruins training space, and a gigantic monk with a grimace stepped out, giving the civil and martial team a great shock. They almost attacked. Jiang Sun continued, "Civil and martial team, Yang Yuan, you have the star technique Rain of Tears, which will be helpful in searching Shudu City. We'll bring this monk with us. It's my disciple and of high quality. It can order the ghost monk too. I'll explain when we get out." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the Scourge Ruins opened again. The civil and martial team was still in a daze and quickly walked out. Jiang Gong grabbed Blind Lady, and the two of them stayed in the Scourge Ruins. Outside the Scourge Ruins, Jiang Sun rode on the Black Ridge Fire Feather and stepped into a forest. Jiang Sun said, "Yang Yuan, activate the domain tier now." As he spoke, Jiang Shao had already flashed and disappeared. Jiang Sun looked at Yang Yiwu again and asked, "How many people are missing in Shudu City? How many are there in Lushui?" Yang Yiwu's eyes were also red. Clearly, she was also activating the domain tier star technique. She hurriedly responded, "On the other side." Jiang Shao flashed directly to Guizhou Land, Lushui City. Ever since Jiang Zhao's Scourge Ruins advanced to a planet, he didn't even need to open the map anymore. Previously, when he flashed around the world, he still had to open the map in order to flash to a specific location. Otherwise, he would have to transit and flash to nearby areas to test the waters and search. But now, Jiang Shao could accurately locate any location on the Scourge Ruins through the Scourge Ruins. Jiang Zhao's Scourge Ruins was exactly the same as the version of the alien ball. When Jiang Shao flashed into Lushui, his eyes were red, and he activated the domain tier star technique. Before the raindrops in the sky fell, he saw a huge tree city in front of him. How big is it? It's big enough to be called a fortress. Countless thick trees intertwined with each other, forming a hemispherical cover in the city, blocking all the invasion of foreign star beasts. Roar! Wu! Jiang Shao opened the door of the Scourge Ruins while Jiang Gong and the Blind Lady walked out, only to hear the roars and wails not far away. The Blind Lady lowered her head slightly and carefully sensed the surrounding situation. Jiang Gong, who had sharp eyes and ears, saw a giant tiger tearing apart a creature that looked like a horse and a donkey. Qian tiger, Qian donkey? However, Jiang Shao didn't have time to care about that. The star power thread connected the two of them and flashed directly to the front of the huge fortress. Jiang Gong asked, "Too, 8 meters thick?" The Blind Lady sensed it and nodded, agreeing with the data reported by Jiang Gong. Jiang Shao flashed again with the two of them and entered the interior of the huge fortress. At the next moment, Jiang Shao and Jiang Gong were dumbfounded. There was actually half a street inside this coiled-up fortress barrier built from primitive trees. There was a row of shops on both sides of the street, and the golden signboard with the words Luo Ji Wang intestine noodles had yet to fall off. As far as the eye could see, not far away, there were even 3 residential buildings of different heights. There's actually a residential area hidden in this tree fortress. Which Star Warrior is protecting all living beings here? How exciting! Jiang Shao was overjoyed. I really want to meet such a hero. Before Jiang Shao could do anything, a few tree demons that were 3 to 40 centimeters tall appeared. They were not even as tall as their knees. A bunch of little trants hopped out of a self-service shop and bared their teeth at Jiang Shao and the other two. Squeak ya! Accompanied by a series of strange cries, the young trants suddenly extended their twig-like hands and whipped out their flexible branches towards the crowd. Chapter 1128. 3 minutes before Jiang Shao and the others entered the tree fortress, in a residential building in Qiangui, Lushue, and Tree Fortress. Xi and Ian hugged the little Treant in her arms and curled up on the single bed, falling asleep in a daze. Exhaustion was written all over her face, and she seemed to be having a restless sleep. She would frown from time to time, and her body would twitch from time to time, as if she would wake up at any time. All of a sudden, there was a series of knocks on the door of the house. In the living room, a couple in their 50s had worried looks on their faces. They were chatting quietly, but when they heard the knock on the door, the couple's expression immediately changed. The man hurriedly got up and walked quickly to the door. Through the peephole, he saw a group of people surrounding the door of his house. Annoyed and furious, the man opened the door and said in a low voice, "Why are you knocking on the door? My child is sleeping. Be gentle. Be gentle." Outside the door, the group of people who kept knocking on the door had different expressions on their faces. Some of them looked apologetic, while others were indifferent. They said righteously, "Where's Xnian? Get her up and go outside the Tree Fortress to take a look. More creatures are coming." Upon hearing this, Xnian's father, Xin Maosong, lowered his voice and hurriedly asked, "Did some creatures break into our Tree Fortress?" The group of people outside the door was obviously a little stunned. Seeing that everyone was silent, one of the men hid behind the crowd and suddenly said, "They didn't come in, but you have to let Xnian go and take a look. The Tree Fortress over there is burning again. What if those star beasts rush in?" Upon hearing this, his father, Xin Maosong, remained silent, but his mother, Enjihong, was displeased. Enjihong quickly stepped forward, pushed Xin Maosong away, pointed at the group of people outside, and said anxiously, "My daughter has been guarding for 2 days and 2 nights. She's exhausted. She just came back. What are you guys doing? Aren't there people from the Guardian Legion over there? What are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to tire her to death?" "Jihong, what you said isn't right." In the crowd, a middle-aged woman spoke up. It seemed that she was on friendly terms with Xion's mother. The middle-aged woman said, "There are signs of burning on the northeast wall of the Tree Fortress. Clearly, there are Iron Tree fire demons attacking from outside. What time is it? Still sleeping? Yes, I know your little Xion is tired, but there are so many people in the Tree Castle, and their lives are all depending on your daughter. How could she still be in the mood to sleep? Quickly let Xiao Xion get up and go take a look. It's best if nothing happens. If something happens, she could be of use. Yes, yes. Hurry up and let Xnian get up. Let's go over there and take a look." That's the best. But what if something happens? Outside the door, everyone was talking at once, and their voices were getting louder and louder. The middle-aged woman continued, "She's just a star warrior in the galaxy stage. She has been groomed by the country since she was young and enjoyed so many benefits just to protect us ordinary people. How can she sleep at such a critical moment? If I were a star warrior, I wouldn't have humbly come to your house to beg you. I don't need to use other people's bodies. I can just live on the other side of the tree wall." And Jihong was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at the middle-aged woman with a trembling hand. She couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. You. Xin Maosong pressed his palms down and pleaded, "Lower your voice, lower your voice." "Shut up. Dad, Mom." A girl's voice came from behind the door all of a sudden. All of a sudden, the noisy corridor fell silent. His father, Xin Maosong, and his mother, Enjihong, also turned around with guilt written all over their faces. "Anan, why are you up? Did I disturb your rest? Hurry up and go back to sleep." Outside the door, the middle-aged woman named Yumin stepped in and said, "You're finally awake. It's good that you're awake." Yumin looked at Xion, who was wearing pajamas and holding a little Treant in her arms. She said, "Anan, I'm sorry. We have no choice. We're worried, so we came here to disturb your rest. Hurry up and go to the northeast tree wall to take a look. There should be an Iron Tree fire demon outside." Xion's face tensed up, and he said, "The Iron Tree fire demon is here? Has the tree wall been burned?" Yumin's face stiffened at this question, and she said vaguely, "It should be. Hurry up and go take a look. If those fire trees rush in, it'll be over." Ian frowned slightly, obviously noticing something. He said, Anti-you, the team guarding the tree wall did not come to ask for my support. It should be fine. There are 3 groups of soldiers from the Guardian Corps guarding it. Don't worry. Hey, you child, why are you so disobedient? Yumin said anxiously. You're still thinking of sleeping at a time like this? What if they can't find the time to ask for help? You're the strongest, and you're the only star warrior in Galaxy. You have to be responsible. You have to. Xian Maosong pushed Yumin out of the door with one hand. His daughter had been woken up, but he did not care about anything else. He scolded. This tree fortress was built by my daughter. She protected all of you. How can she not be responsible? Dad, don't be angry, Dad. Ian saw that something was amiss and hurriedly stepped forward to hold his father back. He could tell that his daughter was being slandered, and as a father, he was really furious. Outside the door, Yumin, who had been pushed out, also yelled and confronted Xian Maosong. However, Xian Maosong's words made everyone in the corridor quiet down, and they looked ashamed. The tree fortress was indeed built by Ian alone. The 600 ordinary people in the tree fortress were also saved by Ian, her companions, and a few teams of soldiers. If she hadn't made a prompt decision to cover half of the street with the tree fortress, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dad, don't be angry. I'll go and take a look. Ian persuaded helplessly and said to the people outside, All of you, go away. Don't surround my door. I'll go now. You don't have to go. Xian Maosong yelled angrily. We've been guarding for 2 days and 2 nights, and we've been living in fear. We don't even have time to rest. Star warriors are humans too. If no one comes to ask for help, you don't have to go. As soon as he said that, he obviously infuriated the crowd. What do you mean we don't have to go if we don't ask for help? Aren't we here to ask for help? Your daughter's life is important, but aren't the lives of the hundreds of people in the tree fortress important too? Just let Ian take a look. It won't take up much of her time. She already said that she wants to go. What are you talking about? Ian dragged his furious father into the house and gestured to the tiny tray ant at the side in the direction of the door. The little guy, who was more than 30 centimeters tall, hopped forward, and its twig-like hands suddenly stretched out and wrapped around the group of people outside the door. It then pushed them out of the corridor and rushed in the direction of the unit door. Mom, hurry and comfort my dad. It should be fine. I'll be back soon. Ian didn't even bother to change her clothes. She reached out and grabbed a coat from the hanger at the door, put it on, and walked out. In the corridor, Ian was still a little worried. She summoned 2 more tiny tray ants and placed them in front of the door before closing the security door. In the corridor, the crowd looked much better when they saw Ian walking out in a hurry. They all started talking at once. It's not that I want to disturb you, I'm just worried. Human life is the most important. Be obedient and don't be too selfish. Ian looked embarrassed and nodded perfunctorily. She pushed the crowd out of the unit door. As soon as she walked out of the door, she waved her hand. For long, flexible vines appeared and directly propped up her body. With the continuous movement and support of the 4 vines, Ian quickly moved northeast. In less than half a minute, Ian, who was climbing quickly, saw the tree wall in the northeast. There was indeed a situation there. 2 teams of guardian soldiers and a few children in the nebula stage. A total of more than 10 people were gathered here. Outside the tree wall, there was the sound of knocking from time to time. One of the guardian soldiers stretched out his hand and continuously created a stream of water, smearing it on the thick tree wall. It seemed to be ensuring that the tree wall would not burn. Little Ian, why are you here? A guardian soldier saw Ian appear and was slightly stunned. Aren't you going in the morning? Why aren't you resting? Ian felt wronged in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. Although these guardian soldiers were in the galaxy stage, and she was in the star sea stage, Ian, who had been friendly all her life, was not willing to say things like, I'm worried, so I came to take a look. Such words were obviously a denial of the soldiers' ability and would hurt their hearts. For a moment, Ian did not know what to say. Another soldier seemed to realize something and said in a more euphemistic tone, "We need to strictly abide by the rest rotation system so that we can better guard this place. Ms. Xin, I know you are worried, but you should go back and rest." Right at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from within the tree fortress. Buzz, that sound was extremely mysterious and ethereal. It was faintly discernible, as if it came from the sky. Everyone was shocked. What was that sound? Why had they never heard of it? Was there a creature in the land of Guizhou that could make such a sound? It sounded like it came from the southwest corner of the tree fortress. Look! Look! A high school student in the nebula stage pointed to the sky and shouted. There was no need to listen to the sound to determine the location because, in the distant southwest suburbs, a huge whale was floating high in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was a shock that came from the depths of their hearts. This whale's cry seemed to be able to shock people's souls. In the next moment, the giant whale flashed and directly appeared above the heads of the soldiers. Everyone's expression suddenly changed as they looked at the huge creature that covered the sky and earth, only to find that there were three figures that floated down. Pi God. To Pi God. A few high school awakened ones were dumbfounded as they watched the three people land. The two teams of Guardian soldiers were also shocked. One of the captains reacted quickly and suddenly said, "Attention!" The 8 Guardian soldiers stood at attention in unison as they watched Jiang Xiao, the blind lady, and Jiang Gong land steadily on the ground. There were still some benefits to being in the World Cup twice. Who in the world didn't know him? To people from all walks of life, Jiang Xiao was the poisonous healer of China and the world champion. To the soldiers, Jiang Xiao was a high-ranking official and a high-ranking general of the Tail Feather Brigade. Shrimpy? Xin blinked her eyes in disbelief as she watched Jiang Xiao descend from the sky. Jiang Xiao was also extremely happy. He never thought that he would actually meet Xin here. He had not seen her for many years, and her hair had grown quite a bit. He could tell that she was very tired. She should be very tired. Jiang Xiao finally knew which star martial artist was the one who was protecting them. It was definitely Xin. One had to know that those who could represent the Chinese national team in the World Cup were all absolute powerhouses. They were all masters who could guard a region. Jiang Xiao smiled and nodded. "Long time no see, Xin. Xiaopi." Xin muttered softly as she took a step forward. For some reason, she suddenly jumped into Jiang Zhao's arms and wrapped her arms tightly around Jiang Zhao's straw raincoat. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "I'm wearing a straw raincoat. Don't you find it prickly?" Ugh. The huge force made Jiang Xiao take a step back. He was at a loss and did not know what to do. The relationship between the two of them was definitely not that close. Even during the World Cup, when the two of them were teammates, they were just companions who worked hard for the same goal. Back then, the captain of the Maple Leaf Country trampled on Xin, but Jiang Xiao retaliated in the subsequent game. At that time, Xin sent a thank you text message with some expectations. She hoped that Jiang Xiao wouldn't be so terrifying and frightening. She hoped that he would continue to be happy and become a source of happiness for everyone in the difficult and struggling times. Since then, the two of them had never crossed paths again. It was said that after graduation, she did not join any army, nor did she engage in anything related to the Star Warriors. She seemed to have opened a flower shop with the help of her parents. It was better in the beginning, but with the arrival of the apocalypse in recent years, the business of her flower shop should not be very good. There was a good poem. The mountains are like clouds and rain, and the moon is never two different villages. Having the experience of fighting together in the World Cup, fighting for the team, and fighting for their ideals, it was enough to have those precious experiences and memories. There was no need to hope to see some people again. These people would not become passers-by in life, because their figures would accompany you during that period of time and live in your memory until the end of your life. In fact, Xin was also surprised that she would have such a reaction. However, at this moment, that was indeed what she was doing. For some reason, the moment she saw Jiang Xiao, all the grievances that she had been suppressing in her heart and had nowhere to vent were all released. Jiang Xiao was indeed a former teammate of the national team, but more importantly, he was a star warrior who was far more powerful than her. All of a sudden, Xian suddenly felt that the burden on her shoulders had become much lighter. Her eyes were red, and her exhausted face was filled with endless grievances. She actually began to sob softly. In ordinary society, her parents who sheltered her from the wind and rain had become her family who relied on her to survive in the current apocalypse. There were more than 600 people in the tree fortress, all of whom were looking at her eagerly, seeking her protection. Even though there were 2 teams of guardians, a team of victors, and some awakened high school students, they still couldn't make her relax. From saving people to building the tree fortress, she had no choice but to do everything herself. For more than a month, she was exhausted and mentally and physically drained. The tightened strings suddenly snapped the moment she saw Jiang Xiao. Xian sobbed softly, and her voice was so soft that it made one's heart ache. "I just want to sleep for a while, Sob. I want to sleep peacefully, just for a while." Jiang Xiao was a little at a loss. After reacting for a while, he carefully put down his arm and patted her back gently. He said softly, "Sleep, sleep now. I promise that no one will dare to disturb you. If anyone dares to wake you up, I'll heal him to death, okay?" However, these words didn't make her smile. Xian nestled her head in Jiang Xiao's arms and continued to sob while tears fell like rain. She nodded continuously and said, "Yes, yes." Chapter 1129. Everyone was different. Not everyone could be like Jiang Xiao, who fought all the way from Beijiang to Liaodong, and then from Liaodong to Damen. He traveled all over the Central Plains and searched all over Ludong. He fought all over the place and knew the pain. It could be seen that Xian was very tired and exhausted. His mood was also extremely bad. Wasn't Jiang Xiao the same? In more than a month, he had traveled a lot and experienced a lot of battles. During the mission, situations like, "I slept last night, but I won't sleep tonight," were common. He worked harder than anyone else and was under far more pressure than anyone else. It was already rare for him to be able to remain calm during such a high-intensity mission. However, Jiang Xiao was certain that there would be plenty of bad things said about him if he heard the feedback from Earth. Even with the intensity of his mission, there would definitely be people who criticized him for not doing enough after clearing the 6 provinces in more than a month. If someone saw him chatting with the blind lady last night, they might jump out and say that he was not doing his job properly. Even if he only chatted for a while, 10 minutes later, he didn't stop to rest and went to the North Atlantic Ocean to carry out a mission with Marta. That was one of the rare ways that Jiang Xiao found joy amidst hardship. However, in the eyes of some people, it was a huge sin. Fighting day and night and achieving results were all **T. Not to mention chatting, even sleeping was a sin. It was best not to breathe, because breathing would also distract one's energy. Jiang Xiao lowered his head and looked at the girl who had fallen asleep while sobbing. He sighed and thought to himself, she must be under a lot of pressure too. Jiang Xiao directly opened the space door, picked up Xian, and sent her through the door. Xian grabbed Jiang Xiao's raincoat tightly with her tiny hands. She had just fallen asleep for a few seconds, but she suddenly woke up. Jiang Xiao said softly, "Go and sleep for a while. It's safe in my space." Xian struggled for a while and broke free from Jiang Xiao's arms. It seemed that she felt much better after the emotions that she had been holding in for many days were released in a short period of time. Jiang Xiao said, "It's okay. Leave the rest to me. I'll bring everyone to a safe place." Xian blushed. She lowered her head and shook it gently. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment before closing the space gate. He then turned to look at the crowd and said, "How many people are there in total?" "Report." A soldier hurriedly said, 607. 607. Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned. Immediately afterwards, he was overjoyed. According to Yang Yiwen and Yang Yiwu's report, in the Six Waters area, this half of the street had experienced the anomalies of Earth and the alien sphere. According to statistics, 641 people had gone missing. Such a rescue ratio was already very high. She did better than Wu Haoyang. After all, the area where the strange phenomenon appeared in Liaodong was not densely populated. It was the university campus in the south of the city. However, in Qinggui, the strange phenomenon appeared in the residential area. Jiang Shao made a prompt decision and said, "Gather everyone and enter the sanctuary. My space is huge and safe. There are already some civilians living inside." The soldiers were overjoyed. Having struggled to survive in the alien sphere for a long time, they naturally knew that the star beasts there were of a higher rank and quality. No one doubted Jiang Zhao's words. At least, the soldiers did not. Putting aside Jiang Zhao's identity as a World Cup champion, Jiang Shao was a high-ranking general of the Tail Feather Brigade. The Tail Feather Brigade's position in the hearts of all the military forces in China was not something that any random team could compare to. Jiang Shao turned to look at Xian with a probing gaze. Xian still had her head lowered. After venting her emotions, she seemed to have returned to normal. She said softly with some embarrassment, "The entrance of the estate is in the middle of the tree fortress. Let everyone gather there." Unlike Jiang Zhao's rank suppression, Xian relied purely on his hard work over the past month to build up his prestige in the tree fortress. The guards hurriedly assigned the high school, awakened, and a team of soldiers to relay the news. Jiang Gong looked at the thick tree wall in front of him thoughtfully and said, "There are 6 iron tree fire demons outside." Xian also turned to look at the tree wall. The iron tree fire demons were the reason she was woken up from her bed. Her parents were also infuriated by those people. Jiang Gong flashed and disappeared in place. In the next moment, a deafening roar came from outside. Whoosh! 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 Jiang Gong stood high up in the sky outside the tree fortress. He wore a cloak and slowly moved backwards. He also saw the few tall tree demons burning in flames below. These precious creatures were very interesting. They were clearly in the shape of trees, but their branches and leaves were burning with flames. He really didn't know how they survived. Jiang Gong drew his bow and shot a series of black feathered arrows. Under the continuous explosion of the black feathered arrows, a 3-meter-tall iron tree fire demon was smashed into pieces. The other iron tree fire demons also discovered the enemy. They hurriedly turned around. As they had eyes, they could still distinguish between the front and the back. The tree vines under the feet of the tree demons emitted a bright light. In the next moment, a small tree suddenly emerged from the ground and grew rapidly. The leaves of the iron tree fire demons were no different from ordinary leaves, but each of them was like a sharp blade. As the star power gale blew, the leaves were like flying knives that spun and pierced towards Jiang Gong in the air. Several star power iron trees that were summoned were still growing. The leaves and blades that flew out would grow back. As the branches spread out, they entangled with each other as if they were going to form a net that trapped Jiang Gong in the air. Was Jiang Gong someone who would spoil others? He looked at the iron tree fire demons that had gathered and summoned the iron tree fire demons. Jiang Gong casually threw a handful of death pearls down. Art was explosion. Boom! In the tree fortress, the people were still discussing how to organize the retreat when a huge hole was blasted in the thick tree wall beside them. The soldiers were startled and retreated one after another. They saw Jiang Gong kneeling on the ground and plucking the star beads. Beside him were a bunch of iron tree fire demons that were burning. Not far away, there was a row of star power iron trees that were no longer growing. Judging from the direction of the branches, they should be spreading towards the sky. Jiang Shao smiled and patted Xian's shoulder before continuing the topic. "I have to go visit Uncle and Auntie then. I don't have any greeting gifts. Shall I just give them 2 bottles of milk?" Xian's gaze was naturally attracted to the huge hole. She stretched out her fair and tender hand and blushed. The hole in the tree wall that was more than 3 meters thick suddenly grew and expanded continuously, filling up the huge hole again. While plucking the star beads, Jiang Gong watched helplessly as Xian isolated him from the tree wall. Jiang Gong pursed his lips. Woman, your name is Heartless. Behind the tree wall, Xian turned his head and whispered, "Follow me back to the neighborhood." Jiang Xiao said, "I know the place. I used it to scan the terrain just now." Jiang Xiao then pointed at the humming whale that was swimming in the air sullenly. Due to the limitations of the terrain, Jiang Xiao could not use the field tears to perceive everything in the tree fortress. Hence, he could only use the buzzing whale's sea language star technique. However, it was also precisely because the tree fortress was neither too high nor too low that the buzzing whale found it difficult to swim. Jiang Xiao flashed and smashed the buzzing whale into a pile of star power. His body then descended naturally and was covered by a thin layer of water stains from the field tears domain. Jiang Xiao then slowly floated down. He obtained a strange ability. He pretended that he could fly. During the process of Jiang Xiao slowly descending, the thick layer of star power from the buzzing whale also surged into Jiang Xiao's body. He led everyone to the entrance of the estate in a flash. Xian said softly, that building. While speaking, Xian glanced at the blind lady cautiously. From the beginning to the end, the blindfolded woman did not speak at all, nor did she use any star techniques. However, Xian was very sure that she was terrifyingly strong. Jiang Xiao and the others flashed again and arrived downstairs of the unit. For some reason, a group of people had gathered there. Didn't they say to gather at the entrance of the estate? Why are they blocking Xian's door? When Xian saw this scene, she sighed in her heart. This group of people were the ones who had forcefully woken her up. They were also the ones who had asked her to check out the northeast tree wall. They still gathered there and did not leave. Everyone knew that Xian's home and parents were there too. If anything happened, Xian would return home first. Hence, by staying there, they would be able to understand the situation and obtain protection immediately. When everyone saw the appearance of strangers, they took a step back. A slightly surprised voice sounded. "Jiang Xiaopi, are you that Jiang Xiaopi from the national team? The one from the World Cup?" Jiang Xiao smiled and nodded. "Yes. Damn it. Jiang Xiaopi. Really? We're saved this time." While everyone was talking, Xian, who was at the side, felt upset. The more she listened, the more infuriated she became. She had already done her best for more than a month, and everyone had seen everything she had done. However, between the lines, Xian seemed to hear some complaints. There really were one or two people who never knew how to be content and never knew how to be grateful. Xian was frustrated, but she did not say anything and simply strode towards the building of her unit. "Xiao Xian, is everything all right at the tree wall in the northeast? It should be fine, right? Since she's back, it should be fine." Jiang Xiao strode forward and looked at the questioning crowd. "It's fine over there. Don't worry, I'll send you to a safe place later. I have a shelter." As he spoke, Jiang Xiao paused and his body stiffened slightly. The other team in the Central Plains had also found someone. Xian keenly discovered something. Ignoring her anger, she hurriedly turned around and looked at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao said, "Xian, I'll be back soon. I found someone elsewhere. Wait for me for a while. Gather the civilians first." After saying that, Jiang Xiao nodded at the blind lady beside him and disappeared in a flash. "Huh? Why did he leave? Didn't he just tell us that there's a safe place?" A female voice asked. Xian turned around, only to see the annoying face of Yumin, who was blocking the entrance of her house and scolding her parents. Xian did not reply at all. She opened the door of the unit and looked at the blind lady before asking politely, "Do you want to come in and take a break?" "You silly girl, I'm asking you a question." Yumin frantically stepped forward. "Why did Jiang Xiaopi leave? Where did he go? Who did you find? Can you tell us about the situation in the shelter first? We have more than 600 people here. How many can there be over there?" Xian bit her lip, unable to hide the disgust on her face. The blind lady frowned and said, "He has other tasks. The situation here is not urgent and it's very safe. You guys go to the entrance of the estate first." "I'm not going. I'll stay here." Yu Min felt the powerful aura of the blind lady and became much more obedient. She had never truly felt the power of a star warrior from the gentle Xian. Yu Min resisted the waves of panic and took a few steps back to hide in the crowd. She muttered softly, "There are more than 600 people on our side. How many people does he have? He can't tell which side is more important." Her muttering was neither loud nor soft, but many people in the crowd heard it. The tempo could be set by a single sentence. What quality is the blind lady's perception? How could she not hear it? The blind lady waved her left hand, and a gust of wind blew away the few people in front of her. Under the exquisite control of the star technique, there was no longer any obstruction in front of Yu Min. The blind lady waved her right hand, and an illusory whip suddenly condensed in her hand before lashing out. Smack! A deep whip mark appeared under Yu Min's feet, and she shuddered in fear. The blind lady said calmly, "Shut up." All of a sudden, everyone kept quiet out of fear. They finally knew that not all Star Warriors were as easy to bully as Xian. For a long time, Xian's character and style of doing things had really spoiled some people. Besides, the system and education system of China had also made most Star Warriors be courteous to ordinary people. "I'm weak, I'm right." That sentence was indeed very interesting and applicable on many levels. Yu Min took a few steps back. Under everyone's gaze, she felt embarrassed. She was already an old woman, yet she was whipped, threatened, and berated by a young woman. Although the whip did not land on her body, she still felt embarrassed. From a certain perspective, one's character ultimately determined one's fate. After Yu Min snapped back to her senses, she trembled in anger and turned to look at Xian. "Xian, aren't you going to do something about this? Where did this Star Warrior come from? Don't forget your duties." "Xian, what's she trying to do? Is she going to hit us?" Smack! Yu Min screamed in pain as a bright red whip mark appeared on her face. Her body was sent flying. Xian froze for a moment and looked at the blind lady in a daze. The blind lady said calmly, "Go to the entrance of the community and gather." Everyone was shocked and hurriedly left the entrance of the building. Xian's face stiffened and she hesitated for a while before saying, "What you're doing is wrong." Upon hearing that, the blind lady turned to look at Xian. Xian's breathing quickened. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten that she was a Star Ocean monarch. Facing a girl who was so kind that she was weak, the blind lady remained silent for a while before saying softly, "It's good to be kind, but you have to know your limits and build it on the foundation of dignity." A person's forbearance and concession would only cause the other party to take a yard after taking an inch and become even more aggressive. You might become more and more cowardly and continue to be submissive. Or you might erupt at some point and fall into the abyss. You don't want either outcome. The blind lady was not a talkative person, much less someone who would share her insights with strangers. Perhaps the scene just now had touched her. Or perhaps the blind lady seemed to be talking to Xian, but in fact, she was talking about herself. The blind lady said softly, "Not everyone can be redeemed." As she spoke, the blind lady turned around and walked towards Yu Min, who had been whipped to the ground. Compared to the whip marks on her body, the trembling of her soul made Yu Min feel even more uncomfortable. The blind lady did not hit her hard, but the soul whip had the effect of intimidating one's soul. The blind lady strode towards Yu Min and said, "Go to the entrance of the community and gather." Yu Min panicked, and her soul was trembling violently. She no longer had the ability to think. She covered her face, and the painful whip mark on her face shivered and crawled towards the entrance of the neighborhood. She just wanted to quickly get away from the strange Star Warrior in front of her. She had no idea what the Star Warrior had said to her. Xian looked at the blind lady and said softly, "What you're doing is wrong." Yes, the blind lady made a faint nasal sound and did not comment further. She simply turned around and walked towards the entrance of the community. There was no longer a need to go to her house to rest. In the future, there would be no need for that either. It was a 4,600-word chapter asking for some tickets, Apex. Chapter 11:30. Jiang Shao flashed and arrived at a parking lot. Yes, it was a car park. It was a very conspicuous parking lot of human society in the foreign land. In a huge parking lot, there were 50 to 60 cars parked there. It had become a paradise for the auspicious beasts. The huge auspicious beasts that were 3 meters to 3.5 meters tall overturned the cars and stood them up as cover. When Jiang Shao arrived, he even found a group of auspicious beasts playing hide-and-seek. They were silly and adorable. Their huge bodies could not be hidden at all, but in their hearts, perhaps they could not see the other party, so the other party could not see them. One of them was a white marble auspicious beast. Most of its huge head was exposed, and its long and curved horns were particularly eye-catching. The auspicious beast hid behind the cars that were erected sideways and watched the people in the parking lot from afar. Xie Xiaohei. Jiang Shao flashed and arrived in front of a man in a guardian uniform. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and he smelled terrible. Jiang Shao did not care at all. He stepped forward and hugged Xie Yan, his former teammate from the national team. Xie Yan's face stiffened. Jiang Sun had already hugged him just now. In the end, another Jiang Shao appeared. Qiangui Lu Shui was teleported to half a street due to the anomaly between Earth and the foreign planet. On the other hand, Zhong Yuan Shudu was teleported to a parking lot. In contrast, there were not many missing people. Although there were many cars in the parking lot at that time, there were only 16 people in the cars. After Xie Yan graduated, he was forcefully snatched over by the local Guardian Army. They said that they wanted to focus on grooming him, and Xie Yan eventually became a guardian in the Night City dimensional space. In 3 years, he had already become a captain. On the night that the anomaly occurred, Xie Yan was on a break and was about to get off work. He had just walked to the parking lot and was about to drive home. However, before the car door opened, a huge auspicious beast suddenly appeared in front of him. It was precisely because Xie Yan was guarding the dimensional space of Yi City that everyone who was teleported in the parking lot was a star warrior. Out of the 16 people, 4 were soldiers on guard duty, and the rest were all social cultivators. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Are you hungry? Jiang Shao sized up Xie Yan from head to toe and even circled around him, feeling overjoyed. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was simply perfect. Jiang Shao really didn't expect to collect his teammate of the year 19, Wu Haoyang, from Liaoyan, and his teammates of the year 17, Xian and Xie Yan, from Lu Shui and Shudu. Xie Yan still had a poker face and was not as excited as expected. He seemed a little dispirited as he gently nodded at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao understood his temper and temperament. Hence, he didn't mind at all and continued to ask about his recent situation. The members of the civil and martial squadron had strange expressions on their faces. They had never thought that it would be opened in such a manner. Jiang Sun took the opportunity to explain the situation at Qiangui Lu Shui to everyone. Upon hearing that a Star Warrior had protected most of the civilians, the members of the civil and military team heaved a sigh of relief. You said that there are 14 people here. Where are the others? Jiang Shao looked around and asked frantically. There were many members of society standing behind Xie Yan, and Jiang Shao could tell from their aura. At this moment, they were also looking at the team of soldiers who had come to rescue them with excitement. Xie Yan looked at Jiang Shao silently, then took out a few keys from his pocket and pressed one of them. Screech, screech. The familiar yet unfamiliar sound of a car unlocking sounded. Not far away, the trunk of a sedan was opened, and a girl was lying in the trunk, carefully looking out. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. A few of us went out to hunt. The rest are the weaker ones who stayed behind to guard the parking lot. Xie Yan continued to press the car keys. Some unlocked the car, while others opened the trunk. A few seconds later, 3 women and 1 man climbed out of the trunk of 3 cars. 2 women each had a trunk, while the other man and woman climbed out of the trunk of the same off-road vehicle. Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face. Are they really not squeezing? Xie Yan clearly sensed Jiang Zhao's strangeness and said, when the 2 of them were teleported here, they were tied together. Huh? Jiang Shao blinked. The two of them were in the trunk when they arrived. Xie Yin said quietly, "Yes, but it's not in the trunk. It's in the car." Jiang Shao seemed to have understood something. Xie Yin continued, "The rest of the people who were teleported here are mostly men. Most of them sit alone in the car and smoke. Do you have a cigarette?" They've been holding it in for a long time. Jiang Shao was speechless. Instead of going home at night, they're sitting in the car and smoking? Damn it. Great. I can't go back even if I want to. I'm sitting in the car and smoking all the way to the alien ball. Xie Yin continued. A total of 16 people were teleported to the alien ball. A couple was killed by the two-night Mandarin duck, leaving 11 men and 3 women. Hearing this, Jiang Shao frowned slightly and said, "The creatures in the alien ball are very docile and have high intelligence. They won't easily take the initiative to attack other creatures." Okay, Xie Yin nodded with a sullen expression. When the two of them first entered the alien ball, they were a little flustered and took the initiative to attack a two-night Mandarin duck. Then, they were attacked by the accompanying two-night Mandarin duck, and I couldn't save them. Pie! God pie! At the side, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke up. Jiang Shao could tell that he was a member of society and wanted to protect Xie Yin. The man said, "I witnessed everything with my own eyes." The couple attacked rashly and caused the two-night Mandarin duck to be enraged. A dark screen immediately shrouded the parking lot. You know the double-night duck's star technique. When the dark screen confuses perception and seals one's vision, Xie Yin and his comrades will find it difficult to exert their full strength. They've already worked very hard. As the man spoke, he glanced at the Guardians of the Night who were dressed like the Guardians of the Night from time to time. Clearly, the man was defending Xie Yin, who was not good with words, for Jiang Shao and the Guardians of the Night to hear. What Jiang Shao found interesting was that people called him Xiaopi and Pippi on the internet. When they met him in person, most people would address him by his name, and more would address him as God Pai. From the words of this awakened, Jiang Shao could tell that Xie Yin and the other 4 Guardians of the Night Mandarin Ducks had done a really good job during this period of time. The group of society awakened were also very reasonable and protective of Xie Yin. The man continued, "We also discovered later that the auspicious beasts and two-night Mandarin ducks here are completely different from the star beasts in the Earth Night City dimensional space. The creatures here are very friendly and won't take the initiative to attack us. Later, a group of auspicious beasts came here, and they were just curious about the vehicles of human society. They treated this place as their new home and lived with us." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yeah, it's all in the past, all in the past." While speaking, Jiang Shao opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world that led directly to North America. He said, "I have a shelter that's very safe. I'll bring you guys in." Jiang Sun then strode over and summoned everyone to enter. He then said to the 4 Guardians of the Night clan, "In the future, I'll have to trouble you guys to help me maintain order here." Jiang Shao closed the space door and turned to say to everyone, "Let's go to Lu Shui. The people there have already gathered." Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Shao turned to look at Xie Yin with a curious expression. Xie Yin pursed his lips and said, "Thank you." Feeling a little awkward, Jiang Shao pressed his hand on Xie Yin's shoulder and said, "Speaking of which, I feel very guilty. My team has traveled all over China, but we didn't come to Shudu." Xie Yin shook his head and said, "The Guardians of the Night said that there's no news about you. We're already lucky that you managed to rush over immediately." Xie Yin and his team would have to walk out of the parking lot and hunt outside in fear every time. Such days were not pleasant. It was fine if they encountered auspicious beasts that were playing alone outside. However, there was one time when Xie Yin and his team actually encountered a ghost monk team. That time, it was really a close shave. Fortunately, he had comrades around him, and the others were also experienced people who were capable. If it were a group of civilians, they might have really suffered heavy casualties. For a man of few words like Xie Yin to be able to speak so much, Jiang Shao felt extremely honored. In Jiang Zhao's knowledge, Xie Yin was one of the few people who was willing to bear the pain of Black Boulder Mountain. The other person who had been guarding the star technique of the Black Flame series was senior sister Song Chuanxi. He didn't know what kind of story she was hiding under her sparkling lipstick and bright smile. Jiang Xiao didn't know where she was at this moment either. Perhaps she had already become a high-ranking general of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Jiang Xiao and Xie Yin had fought against each other in the World Cup before. At the end of the battle, Xie Yin once said something from the bottom of his heart while he was in a trance. Jiang Xiao knew that he was a person with a story. During the 2019 World Cup, Wu Haoying yelled at Jiang Xiao, "Warriors only die once in their lives." That was what Wu Haoying said, and he did the same on the green field. Xie Yin, on the other hand, had never said such words in the 2017 World Cup. However, his actions at that time were exactly the same as Wu Haoying, facing death with equanimity. To the audience, it was just a World Cup game and a Chinese Civil War. There was no need for it to escalate to the point of life and death. To some Star Warriors, the concept of victory and defeat was the same as life and death. On the green field, Jiang Xiao stopped Xie Yan's indiscriminate destruction and leaned over to extend his hand to the defeated Xie Yan. Xie Yan said, "You pulled me back." At that time, Jiang Xiao's response was, "I pulled you up." Ever since that World Cup, Jiang Xiao and Xie Yan never crossed paths again. However, Jiang Xiao didn't expect that when he saw Xie Yan again, that memory would be so clear. Perhaps the audience had long forgotten Xie Yan's persistence, pain, and hard work. However, as someone who had experienced it personally, Jiang Xiao couldn't possibly forget this Star Warrior who was unafraid of death. If there had been a slight mistake during the battle, Xie Yan wouldn't have existed. At the thought of it, Jiang Xiao patted Xie Yan's shoulder and said, Let's go to Lu Shui. You definitely won't expect me to meet someone." Jiang Xiao turned to look at the crowd and released the star power threads. He then led a group of people to the ground floor of Xian Ain's residence. Xie Yan immediately discovered a small group of people at the entrance of the estate in the distance. There was actually Jiang Xiao, Jiang Gong, there, who was maintaining order and explaining something to the people. Besides, there was a steady stream of people walking towards the entrance of the estate under the call of the soldiers. Jiang Xiao gestured to the civil and martial team and said, "Go and help. Most of them haven't been informed yet." The civil and martial team stared at the estate in a daze, unable to react for a moment. "Little Chongyang, go and look for Sister 3 last. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Go and comfort her," Jiang Xiao said while opening the door of the unit. "Oh." Little Chongyang summoned the Black Ridge Fire Feather and sat on it before flying into the sky. Jiang Xiao walked into the corridor and knocked on the security door of the first house. Behind the door, Xian Ain's parents had a slight change in expression. They were already frightened by the knocking on the door. Xian Ain was still comforting her parents when she heard the knocking on the door and scurried over. She opened the security door and looked at the two people in front of her. All of a sudden, Xian Ain was a little dumbfounded. The two unfamiliar yet familiar faces brought her back to 3 years ago. Chapter 1131. In the Tree Fortress, at the entrance of a district, Jiang Xiao opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world and watched as everyone walked into it. Tug! Jiang Xiao suddenly felt his raincoat being tugged. Jiang Xiao turned around to look, only to see Xian Ain's slightly lowered face. "What's the matter?" Jiang Xiao asked with concern. Xian Ain wanted to say something but stopped, feeling a little embarrassed. Jiang Xiao walked around the portal of the Calamity Shadow world and maintained the star power thread connected to the portal. He brought Xian Ain to the back of the portal and said softly, "If there's anything, just say it." Xian Ain said, "Just now, Jiang Xiao told me that your Calamity Shadow world is very big. It's like a planet." Of course, Jiang Xiao knew that she was talking about Jiang Gong. He immediately nodded and said, "That's right." Xian Ain said softly, "Can you let my parents live in other places? My parents, they don't want to see the people in the Tree Fortress again." Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, Of course. In my world, there are indeed some people living in other places. Is it possible in Beijing? I'm on good terms with a savage tribe. The buildings and facilities, they're very complete. The savages have also become civilized and friendly. Their hunting, farming, and other things are already on the right track. It's a primitive tribe that can live in peace. By the way, do you remember the teacher who led the Star Warrior Academy in the capital? My teacher, Fong Xingyun, and her family of 6 also live there. Teacher Fong, Xian thought about it and asked, "Are there places where no one lives?" Hearing this, Jiang Shao sighed in his heart. He did not know what happened here, but judging from Xian's reaction when the two of them reunited, she should have been heartbroken. To what extent exactly? She did not even want to live with any humans anymore. Jiang Shao sighed softly. Looking at the gentle and kind girl in front of him, there was only helplessness left in his heart. Why is it that kind people are always the ones who get hurt? Jiang Shao rubbed Xian's head gently and said, "There's a Flower Sea ranch about 300 kilometers away from where I live. There are tame coiled cows and a group of golden red candlelight frolicking around. Next to the ranch, there's a wooden house with all the necessary furniture. That's where Mr. Fong used to live. It's very quiet there, and there's no one there. Uncle and Annie can live there. A sea of flowers? Guaishi's flower plate cow?" Xian finally raised her head and looked at Jiang Shao with her big eyes. "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded. Xian happily nodded. She was familiar with the creatures in the purple field next door, so she was very satisfied with this location. She said, "I'll stay by your side and help you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao was stunned. What is this? Exchange. Using the condition of joining the team in exchange for his parents' safety, Jiang Shao said without hesitation, "No, you don't have to do this. If you want to join my team, I'll warmly welcome you. If you want to stay with your parents and live a stable life, you can also move there with them." Xian and Wu Haoyang were 2 completely different types of people. Jiang Shao knew that after the World Cup, Xian did not engage in any profession related to Star Warriors. Judging from her life choices, she was not a soldier, but a pure national team member. Perhaps her participation in the World Cup was the same as the construction of the Tree Fortress. She was forced to do so because she had no choice but to be pushed to the altar. She was very strong, but her heart wasn't there. She was the same type of person as Wang Dachui in the Yegu Pagoda. Jiang Shao didn't want to force her to take on more responsibilities. In the future, when her parents were willing to see others, Xian's wounds would gradually heal, and it would be easy for her to move into human society again. Xian remained silent for a long time before saying softly, "Thank you, Xiaopi. It's okay." Jiang Shao grinned, already knowing her choice. He said, "Help me look after the ranch, and help me take care of the golden red candles." "Be a nanny?" Xian asked, "huh?" Jiang Shao added, "Compared to being a nanny, you're more likely to become the principal of the kindergarten. The candles are all extremely mischievous." Xian was speechless. Jiang Shao repeated the same words to Xie Yin and did not force him to do so. In Jiang Zhao's expectations, Xie Xiaohe should be as interested in joining the team and conquering as Wu Haoyang. However, Xie Yin, who couldn't say a single word, said, "I'm tired." Ever since Su Duqing saved him, he had not spoken for a long period of time. At this moment, Xie Yin was indeed physically and mentally exhausted. After all, he had been struggling to survive. Hence, Jiang Shao decided to let him rest on the ancient island. It wouldn't be too late to let Xie Yin join the team when he was well rested and wanted to participate in the battle. The moving process lasted for the entire afternoon. In fact, some people were unwilling to move, but the Star Warriors and soldiers guarding the place had already decided to do so. Hence, they couldn't stay in the community anymore. At dusk, the sunlight that shone through the gaps in the tree wall above gradually weakened. Jiang Shao and his team had finally sent everyone into the world of the Calamity Shadow. Jiang Shao got busy again and built the wooden huts overnight. Fortunately, the guards of 6 Rivers and Xian all had local star techniques. Hence, they all lent a helping hand, greatly increasing the efficiency of the construction of the wooden huts. The ancient island near the Tropic of Cancer in North America had already become a place for humans to live. Jiang Shou and Jiang Sun had already planned out the urban area and were just waiting for Jiang Shao to escort some flower-collared bulls and green-collared bulls over to rear them. They would also bring some seeds from the birch forest to begin planting. This was also the reason why Jiang Shao chose to let the people live here. Compared to the Calamity Shadow world, where the temperature was low and the terrain was plateau, the climate of this ancient island was obviously more suitable for human survival, and also more suitable for agriculture. After he was done, Jiang Shao looked at everyone and said, "Let's go back. Tell me the exact location of your camp." According to the guidance of Yang Yiwen of the civil and military team, Jiang Shao brought everyone back to the southwest region of Liaodong. While the soldiers were sent out to look for Jiang Shao, the army also went all the way south from Beijiang and arrived there. Jiang Shao was very familiar with the place. After all, he had been to every inch of the land there a month ago. After flashing twice to adjust his vision, Jiang Shao saw a military camp. Thousands of tents were neatly arranged, which made Jiang Shao elated. Finally, there are reinforcements. Finally, I'm someone who's loved by someone. With the appearance of Jiang Shao and the others, the quiet camp suddenly came alive. Several teams were sent out to search along the empty paths. Finally, there was a team that found the legendary Brigade Commander Jiang. Although it was said to be alive, it was just that all the soldiers walked out and looked at the group of people that appeared quietly. Countless soldiers rushed over after hearing the news, and their ears were filled with the sound of footsteps and occasional whispers. In a military camp of such a scale, it was really frighteningly quiet. The pairs of passionate eyes made Jiang Zhao's scalp go numb. Waves of aura rushed towards Jiang Shao. If it wasn't for San, Jiang Zhao's legs would have turned to jelly and he would have fallen to the ground. Jiang Shao stood in front of the military camp and saw a familiar figure amidst the crowd. The soldiers made way for him, and Jiang Shao had to look in that direction. It was the deputy commander of the 77th Division of the Mountain-Shattering Army of the Central Plains. Yi Zhizhong. Jiang Shao was stunned, but Yi Zhizhong laughed heartily. It was hearty and bold. It seemed so abrupt in a military camp where the sound of footsteps was dense. He was completely different from the first time Jiang Shao met him. Yi Zhizhong stepped forward, and Jiang Shao subconsciously saluted him. Others might not know him, but Jiang Shao knew this big shot very well. In terms of rank, Jiang Shao was only a colonel, while Yi Zhizhong was a young general. In between them was not a title, but a mountain. In terms of relationship, Yi Zhizhong was Yi Qingqin's father. His father came before his daughter? Wait, since he's my disciple's father, why should I be nervous? Shouldn't her father and I be of the same rank? Yi Zhizhong shouted, "Mountain-shattering army, get into formation!" In an instant, a large group of soldiers in green military uniforms quickly lined up behind Yi Zhizhong. At the same time, a roar came from somewhere. "Wasteland reclaimers, get into formation!" Jiang Shao turned around and saw a middle-aged officer taking the lead in the midst of the desert camouflage that quickly converged on the camp. Jiang Zhao's mind went blank. He didn't know this military officer, but next to the middle-aged military officer, Jiang Shao saw a familiar figure. Xia Shanhai, there are people from the volunteer corps mixed in here? Isn't he retired? Wait a minute. Those old men are. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Yun, return. Come. On both sides of old He, there were two old men who looked exactly the same. Are they twins? Guardians of the night, get into formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the civil and martial team beside Jiang Shao quickly returned to their positions. Jiang Zhao's old habit was acting up again. When he heard the words, "Guardians of the night, get into formation," he subconsciously took a step forward but stopped himself. However, the voice was so familiar that it made Jiang Zhao's body tremble with excitement. That voice was the one that made him feel a sense of belonging. Jiang Zhao saw a person who had accompanied him throughout his career as a star warrior, a person who awarded him countless medals, recruited him into the Northwest Guardians of the Night, and changed his life completely. Feng Yi. Feng Yi, the trusted aide of the Supreme Commander of the Northwest Guardians of the Night, actually went to the battlefield. Not only did he go to the battlefield, but he also entered the alien sphere. Should such a person leave the old leader's side? From another perspective, the old leader was willing to send him here. What kind of message was he trying to send? Jiang Zhao suddenly realized something. Among all the leaders of the three armies, there were many people who had a close relationship with him, and there was even a direct leader of Jiang Zhao's. Did the Chinese army specially send someone like that? A rough voice suddenly sounded. Everyone, stand at attention. At the side, Wu Haoyang's body was trembling slightly. His eyes were burning with passion as he faced the black mass of soldiers. His blood was boiling, and he was on the verge of bursting into flames. The blind lady had also realized something. She lowered her head with a gloomy expression, and her body suddenly shattered into ink before disappearing without a trace. Upon seeing that, Wu Haoyang thought about it and quickly retreated. However, little Chongyang didn't think too much. She hid behind Jiang Zhao and peeked her head out from Jiang Zhao's side, looking curiously at the soldiers who were standing neatly in front of her. The rough voice sounded again. Salute! All of a sudden, the thousands of soldiers in front of Jiang Zhao were dressed in military uniforms of various colors, but their movements were extremely orderly and imposing. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's body was stiff. Ever since he saw Yi Zhizhong and subconsciously saluted, he had never put his hands down. Jiang Zhao did not leave, nor did he decline. He felt that he deserved it. Beijiang, Zhongji, Liaodong, Damong, Zheng, Ludong. Every inch of land that Jiang Zhao walked on was supporting him to stand there. It was also telling Jiang Zhao that he was worthy of such a bow. Chapter 1132. In the main tent of the military camp, under the watchful eyes of a group of big shots, Jiang Zhao held a pen and continuously drew diagonal lines on the map. Soon, Beijiang, Zhongji, Liaodong, most of Damong, the Central Plains, and Ludong were all painted with green diagonal lines. Jiang Zhao turned around and said, "Except for a few urban areas, I've already cleared all the star beasts in these areas. You guys know that I have the star map effect that allows my star beads and star techniques to be fully configured and improved in quality. Now, my Calamity Ruins has become another alien ball." At the conference table, the few great seniors of the Wasteland Reclaimers looked at each other, especially Tao Sijuan and Tao Siken. The two old men looked exactly the same, and they were grinning at each other. That scene was very comical. Jiang Zhao then looked at his direct leader, Feng Yi, and said, "That's a calamity planet without any star beasts. I've also driven all the creatures on the alien ball into my calamity planet and into the corresponding area." Okay, Feng Yi's heart was already in turmoil, but he was very good at keeping a straight face. Jiang Zhao changed to a black pen and drew the Birch Forest tribe at the junction of Beijiang and Zhongji. He drew the location of the Yegu Pagoda in the Central Plains and the Dancing Soul City in Ludong. Jiang Zhao said, "The creatures in the alien ball are generally 1 or 2 ranks higher than the star beasts of the lower dimension. It's worth noting that some of the star beasts in the alien ball have higher intelligence and can definitely reach a cooperative relationship with us, or even a leadership relationship." Jiang Zhao then pointed to the Birch Forest tribe and said, "Many years ago, there was a star warrior named Zhu Yu who accidentally entered the alien ball and was later rescued by a group of savages. She then settled in the savages' tribe and started teaching the savages how to plant, hunt, and rear ape ghouls." The big shots listened attentively, but Jiang Zhao pointed at little Chongyang, who was standing quietly at the entrance of the tent, and said, "That star warrior is her mother." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the fearless little Chongyang actually felt a little embarrassed. He turned and ran out of the tent. Jiang Shao said, "What I mean is, some of the star beasts in the alien planet can be assimilated into the human camp. The birch forest is a typical example, and I have two other examples." With that, Jiang Shao pointed to the circle of Yigu Pagoda in the Central Plains and the circle of Dancing Soul City in Ludong. Jiang Shao said, "In 2014, Li Haoge and Yu Chen, two soldiers of the Guardians of the Night of the Central Plains, light-chasing Falcon team, accidentally entered the dimensional space at the top of the ancient tower. When I was exploring the foreign land, I found these two men. They lived with a group of grimacing monks and built the Yigu Pagoda, together with another human star warrior, Wang Dachui." At this point, Jiang Shao turned to look at Zhizhong and said, "Sir, Wang Dachui has yet to reveal his name, but he has stated that he is a member of the Mountain Shatterer Army. He might be a member of your team." "Yes." Zhizhong nodded. He had already heard the news from Yun. Wang Dachui might really be a member of their team. Jiang Shao said, "After my bait was upgraded, it's the same as Senior Yun's bait. However, the quality is higher than Senior He's. I have more bait and can absorb star techniques." Hearing that, all the big shots looked at Yun, but Yun smiled without saying a word. They were most afraid of the sudden silence. Jiang Shao also felt a little awkward and said, "Well, I left one bait in the Yigu Pagoda. The Ghost Monk clan likes to fight, so I catered to their interests and taught them combat skills. Hence, I have a high prestige in the Yigu Pagoda and can be considered their leader. It's the same in the Dancing Soul City." While speaking, Jiang Shao pointed at the map and said, "The Yinyang Soul Warriors of Ludong, the white-faced female dancers, and the paper ink book souls are all very intelligent. I'm now the leader of the Dancing Soul City." Jiang Shao turned around and said, "In other words, we have an army. Officers, you can think about it. Whether it's the Birch Forest, the Yigu Pagoda, or the Dancing Soul City, we can mobilize a large number of beasts to help us conquer the alien planets." Even though Senior Yun had revealed this information in advance, everyone was still astonished when they heard it from Jiang Shao. This young man is something. He is not simply fighting in the north and south, but he is recruiting star beasts, preserving the star beast fire seed, and building a team. Should such a powerful star warrior really exist? As a high-ranking general of the Northwest Guardian of the Night and the direct superior of the Tail Feather Brigade, Feng Yi obviously knew more. He suppressed his churning thoughts and asked, "How many exactly?" Jiang Shao said, "All the citizens of the Yigu Pagoda are soldiers. At present, it's not a problem to gather 10,000 ghost-faced monks and go to war. The Dancing Soul City is a little worse. At present, they can only gather 1,000 troops. As for the Birch Forest, 2,000 savages is not a problem. By the way, I have something to say in advance." Fomi said, "Speak." Jiang Shao said, "When I threw the star beasts in the various regions of the alien sphere into my Calamity Shadow world, I simply drove them into it. After all, each party is not strong enough to accept such a large amount of fresh blood at once. So at this time, the Birch Forest, the Yigu Pagoda, and the Dancing Soul City are still in my world, fighting everywhere and expanding the territory." Feng Yi's expression was slightly strange. He said, "Fighting in your space." Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment, nodded, and added, "Every force has my decoys stationed there to help them plan construction and formulate battle plans. You really know how to find trouble for them." On the side, the unfamiliar leader of the Wasteland Reclaimers sighed deeply and said slowly, "The plan is good, developing steadily." This general was nearly 50 years old. His name was Zhang Hao, and he was also the leader of the Wasteland Reclaimers. He was the same rank as Yi Zhizhong. "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and suddenly patted his head. He said, "By the way, there's an ice prayer forest in Liaodong." As he said this, Jiang Shao hurriedly drew a circle on the map. "I have a good personal relationship with the leader of the ice race. He is now also leading a team in my space, fighting in the Liaodong land and recruiting the ice race team. Everyone," Jiang Shao continued, "the civilians I found in Liang, Shudu, and Lushui have all been sent to the ancient island in North America, where homes have been built for them. There are also a few teams of soldiers maintaining order there. Leaders, you can go and inspect them later. Feng, he made the final decision. As for the cooperation with the Star Beasts, we still need to think about it. Let's talk about sharing the area first. That night was a night of information explosion for the three armies. Jiang Zhao's burden had also been greatly relieved. With a few big shots around, Jiang Zhao quickly found his own position and did not act presumptuously. He just quietly stayed as a small colonel. However, after saying the information, he did not dare to say anything else. He just quietly listened to the big shots discussion. At night, the preliminary plan was out. According to the current situation, the three armies would be stationed in different areas. The Guardians of the Night and the Mountain-Shattering Army would be stationed in the Central Plains, while the Wasteland Reclaimers would be stationed in Ludong. The Guardians of the Night would be stationed in the ancient Yi Pagoda and be in charge of the three Jin and three Qin dynasties. They would follow Longgan to the west and enter the West Sea and Dajiang. The Mountain-Shattering Army would be in charge of the three Jin, northern Hubei, southwest, Xiangnan, Guizhou, and all the way to Kainan. The Wasteland Reclaimers would enter Ludong through Haisu and Shanghai. They would be in charge of the Huadong region and kill their way to the land of 8 men. The division of labor was clear, and they were prepared to cooperate with Jiang Zhao to drive away and clean up the local star beasts. Jiang Zhao had no objections to this. The Central Plains could be said to be stable on the alien ball. The ancient Yi Pagoda was also an empty city. It was a ready-made headquarters. Although there were no cities in the land of Ludong on the alien ball, it was also stable, and there was no problem setting up a camp. Jiang Zhao had become an existence with strategic value. He could help the various teams quickly arrive in the area, and he also had the function of a microphone and transmitting information. Jiang Zhao's battle strategy had also been recognized by the big shots. If they could drive the Star Beast in the various areas into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world, that would be the best option. However, what Feng and Jiang Zhao said next gave him a shock. The reason why the three armies went all the way south from the land of Beijiang and stationed in the southwest of the land of Liaodong was because they would enter the capital the next morning. The thoughts of the generals of the three armies were very unified, or rather, their mission was very unified. Before entering the various areas, they had to first clean up the capital in Tianjin. The Shadow Cave in Tianjin and the Yin Trial Hall in the capital were places that they could not return from. How could Jiang Zhao let them go just like that? Damn it, I'll bring my team there. Jiang Zhao said decisively and interrupted the discussion at the conference table. However, Feng Yi shook his head and said, according to the trajectory of your troops in the alien ball and the strength of the creatures in the lower dimensions, we can also see that the capital, Tianjin, and Yanzhou are very dangerous. Don't force yourself. We came prepared. Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and thought, I think the soldiers who have absorbed the star technique of space parcel with the power of the entire country must have a lot of weapons on them. Are they going to use the weapons and equipment of human society? Or could it be? Feng Yi continued, there are a total of 10,000 soldiers in the three armies. Apart from a small number of independent teams, a large number of soldiers here are not formed in the form of small teams, but in the form of an army. They are here to carry out missions. Jiang Zhao asked, huh? What do you mean? Feng Yi nodded at Old He and continued. With Old He's intelligence, we all know that the star beasts in the alien ball are powerful and each occupy a mountain. So, the soldiers brought by the three armies this time are not fighting in units of elite teams. Feng Yi paused and said, in fact, 60% of the soldiers in our army are in the galaxy stage. Jiang Zhao was speechless. Although he was bewildered, Jiang Zhao knew that the powerhouses of the galaxy stage on Earth were definitely not weeds. There were plenty of them, and it would definitely be difficult to gather a galaxy stage team of 10,000 people. Besides, the alien ball was the focus, but China couldn't be lost either. The main defense was still at the bottom. Yi Zhizhong continued. In the three armies, 60% of the soldiers are rules awakened. There are a total of 6,000 of them. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Looking at Jiang Zhao's dumbfounded expression, Yi Zhizhong felt for the first time that this extremely powerful star warrior was the same age as his daughter. Yi Zhizhong said, "Most of these rules awakened soldiers are divided into two categories. One of them has the Platinum Ice Roar Star technique from the Northwest Snow Mountain region, while the other has the Platinum Lightning Fall Star technique from the East China Lightning Cave." Jiang Xiao nodded dumbly, for he had heard another familiar star technique. It wasn't Ice Roar, but Lightning Fall. Back then, Jiang Xiao and the others had obtained the Lightning Soul Star Bead when they fought bravely in Jiangbin's Central Street. Little Jiang Xue had also learned the Lightning Chain Star technique. The Platinum Lightning Fall Star technique that Yi Zhizhong mentioned came from the same dimensional space as little Jiang Xue's Lightning Chain and Lightning Halo. Yi Zhizhong said, "Do you understand? The first criterion for selecting the soldiers to carry out missions in the alien ball is not strength, but star techniques." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he made a bold guess. "You guys, are you going to rely on the rules awakened to conquer the battlefield?" Jiang Xiao thought about the scene of thousands of people casting Ice Roar at the same time and thousands of people casting Lightning Fall at the same time. While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Damn it! Jiang Xiao thought that he could be called a bulldozer, but no matter how big and powerful his bulldozer was, it couldn't compare to 6,000 bulldozers. Are they really going to go that far? End of this chapter. Chapter 11:33. Everyone discussed until the wee hours of the morning and finally had 2 hours of rest. Jiang Xiao turned around and walked out of the tent. Just as he was about to catch up with old Feng Yi called him to the side. He shrugged his shoulders and turned around to return to the tent with the Tao brothers. However, he told Jiang Xiao to look for him after he was done chatting. Jiang Xiao nodded and agreed. Looking at how mysterious Feng Yi was, he didn't ask any questions and instead followed him to the side of the tent obediently. "What's the matter, Officer Feng?" Jiang Xiao asked curiously as he stood still. To his surprise, Feng Yi actually took out a small square box from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Xiao. "Luan LV requested that I bring this up to you." At the same time, a message appeared in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Obtain the Vigil of Full Moon Medal. Rewarded with 30,000 skill points. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Feng Yi said, "This is the medal for your third exploration of the Dragon Cave. Second last insisted that I bring it up for you." Feng Yi sized Jiang Xiao up quietly and watched as he grabbed the small square box with trembling hands, feeling a little bewildered. Feng Yi felt that perhaps Jiang Xiao cared a lot about such meritorious deeds. As a soldier, that was normal. However, it seemed a little inappropriate for Second Last to specially request to bring the medal up at this juncture. At this moment, looking at Jiang Zhao's agitated expression, Feng Yi thought to himself, maybe this kid has an extraordinary sense of recognition and honor for the merit? Or is this a message from Second Last to Nine Tails? In fact, Second Last didn't know what the full moon medal really meant to Jiang Xiao. However, there were various signs that Jiang Xiao was extremely obsessed with the medal. Although Second Last couldn't come up for the time being, she knew what he wanted and what she could do. Jiang Xiao opened the small square box and looked down at the exquisite full moon medal with the help of the moonlight. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Meritorious service was earned by oneself, and it was also deserved by oneself. However, the fact that he could get the medal at this juncture in the strange sphere was because of Second Last's sincerity. "If we meet again in the future, I'll give you a big hug." "Okay, it's decided. I hope that day will come." Looking at the absent-minded Jiang Xiao, Feng Yi did not disturb him and instead left quietly. However, after Feng Yi left, his father-in-law, Uncle Shanghai came. "Shrimpy, why are you sighing here? Shouldn't you be happy that reinforcements are here?" A familiar voice said. Jiang Xiao turned around and saw Xia Shanghai, whom he hadn't seen for years. Uncle Xia." Jiang Xiao stammered and hurriedly said with a smile. Beside Xia Shanghai was a one. 8-meter-tall man who was dressed in a brown leather jacket and a brown scarf. The Wasteland Reclaimer Army was different from other armies. They did not have a uniform, especially since Xia Shanhai was a volunteer. As long as his clothes matched the colors of the desert, it would be enough for him to pass. Xia Shanhai smiled and sighed. Fate makes fools of people. In just a few years, you've grown to this level. Due to the fact that Jiang Xiao and his daughter, Xia Yin, were classmates and joined the same team before they even graduated, Xia Shanhai had really watched Jiang Xiao grow up. Jiang Xiao said, "Hasn't Uncle Xia retired? Why did you come up here?" Xia Shanhai smiled, and his square face was full of admiration for Jiang Xiao. He said, "I responded to the call and came while my old bones could still move." Jiang Xiao was a little embarrassed. He was clearly very familiar with Xia Shanhai, but he couldn't find any topic to talk about. Well, Jiang Xiao and his daughter did have a lot to talk about. They could bicker for an entire day. However, Jiang Xiao wasn't sure if Xia Shanhai was willing to talk about his daughter. However, there was a common topic, such as the Xia family swordsmanship, hidden dagger, and a smile. Jiang Xiao thought about it again and again, but he still didn't dare to say anything. He thought about it again and asked carefully, "Does Xia Yin know that you're here?" Xia Shanhai smiled and said, "She's grown up and has made a name for herself. She's even busier than me. She doesn't know that I'm here." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Although it seems that the fusion of Earth and the alien ball is the general trend, it's been a long time since there has been a fusion phenomenon. If we don't fuse, we might have to stay here for the rest of our lives." Xia Shanhai was extremely carefree and righteous. He said, "Then do something valuable and give some protection to the people below. You've always been doing that, haven't you?" As he spoke, Xia Shanhai stepped forward and pressed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "If our arrival can prevent the others and other Star Warriors from entering the alien sphere and stepping into this dangerous place, isn't that a good thing too?" Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and realized something. The reason why Xia Shanhai responded to the enlistment and resumed his identity as a volunteer soldier of the Wasteland Reclamation and entered the alien ball was because he didn't want Xia Yin to enter the alien ball. This pair of father and daughter who have a terrible relationship and quarrel with each other seems to be. Xia Shanhai took a step back and gestured to the side. "Let me introduce you to my teammate, Wu Huaxing." Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man with parted hair. "Wu Huaxing? Huaxing?" The man stretched out his hand and, of course, discovered Jiang Zhao's strange expression. He said, "Hua," as in China, "Xing," as in Xing. Jiang Xiao stretched out his hand and shook the man's hand. Xia Shanhai said, "Pinnacle of Galaxy, Assassin John. He's your parents' teammate, just like me." Jiang Xiao scrutinized Wu Huaxing carefully. Wu Huaxing had an ordinary appearance, and if he had to point out something special about him, it would be that he was tall and had a height of about 1.8 meters. However, he was nothing compared to the group of Star Warriors. At first glance, it was difficult to leave a deep impression on him. Wu Huaxing said, "I heard that you embarked on the path to find your parents and entered the Dragon Cave 3 times. How was it? Did you find your parents?" Jiang Xiao fixed his gaze on Wu Huaxing, wanting to cast sound of silence at him. He slowly said, "I didn't find them." Wu Huaxing continued, "I heard that your Star Warrior transformation can be traced back to the past. Did you not see what happened at that time? Did you not find out where they went? We speculated that it was the time turbulence caused by the Battle of the Dragons. The 2 of them disappeared from the battlefield, just like that." Upon hearing this, Xia Shanhai's face turned gloomy. Jiang Xiao shook his head slightly and said, "I can only trace it back to 3 years ago at most. I can't see anything further than that." If you trace back to what happened a year ago, Jiang Xiao could still look at it for 10 to 8 minutes. However, the further back he went, the more energy he had to expend. Jiang Xiao could only trace it back to 3 years ago before he was completely exhausted. By the time Jiang Xiao entered the Dragon Cave, his parents had already been missing for 5 years. He really had the heart, but not the strength. Wu Huaxing asked. You didn't find any traces of your parents in the alien ball, either? Jiang Xiao said, yes, I searched all over the 3 northern provinces and asked every teammate I met in the alien ball. They'd never seen my parents or anyone who looks like them. The two of them held each other's hands tightly and maintained the same posture while conversing. Xia Shanhai clearly felt that something was amiss. Xia Shanhai didn't know why Jiang Xiao was so hostile towards this person. Was it just because he had the same name as the Star Warrior organization? It shouldn't be, right? Xia Shanhai said, he's your neighbor. Ever since our team disbanded, he also left the volunteer corps and has been secretly protecting you. Huh? You're the one who lives in 702? Jiang Xiao asked in shock. He's the one who lives in 702? In that case, where were you when Sophia broke into my house and took control of me? When Ash broke into my house and threatened me and Han Jiangxue, what were you doing? Watching the show? Wu Huaxing nodded and said, I have to do something for my old teammate. Jiang Xiao asked, have you been living there all this time? Wu Huaxing said calmly, ever since you graduated from high school and went to college, I rarely went back. A strange smile appeared on Wu Huaxing's face as he said, when you were unaware, Madame Wan once stood in front of my door and declared her sovereignty over you. At that time, you were still a high school student who had yet to leave Beijiang. You probably hadn't joined the Guardians of the Night yet. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, after I went to college and left Beijiang, you stopped guarding us? This explanation, Wu Huaxing continued, Madame Wan should be glad that she used her shoe rack to lean against the door. At that time, she didn't have the keys to your house yet. If the door would be blown shut, she would have to find someone to unlock it again. Jiang Xiao did not continue and instead asked, after moving away, Uncle, did you return to the Wasteland Reclamation Volunteer Corps? Wu Huaxing looked at Jiang Xiao and said, I went to the Dragon Cave with a new team again, but I didn't find anything. Jiang Xiao nodded silently, looking like he had a lot on his mind. He didn't say anything else. Xia Shanhai asked, what's the matter? Xiaopi? What happened? He initially thought that after saying that Wu Huaxing had secretly protected the siblings, Jiang Xiao would be very grateful to Wu Huaxing, or at least ease the tense atmosphere. However, the effect did not seem to be good. Everything that Jiang Xiao showed did not match Xia Shanhai's understanding of him. Xia Shanhai was very sure that he was a grateful child, but at this moment, why? Wu Huaxing also had a curious look on his face as he asked, did something happen to your family while I was away? No. Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and nodded at them with a smile. It's fine. Seeing that Jiang Xiao was unwilling to talk about it, Xia Shanhai did not insist. Instead, he took a step forward and pressed his hand on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. He said, many people have come up now. You don't have to shoulder everything on your own. If you have any requests, just tell Uncle Xia. No matter what it is, Uncle Xia will do his best. You've taken good care of Xia Yin from high school to university, from the national team to the Guardians of the Night. Now, it's Uncle Xia's turn to take care of you. Feeling the strong and broad hand on his shoulder, Jiang Xiao felt a warm feeling in his heart. Wu Huaxing said, given Xiaopi's abilities, I'm afraid you don't need to take care of it. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, of course I do. I'm only in the middle of the Galaxy Sea realm. Since the two of you could help the Wasteland Reclaimers explore the Dragon Cave as foreign aid many years ago, you must be at the peak of the Galaxy Sea realm now. Jiang Xiao then sized him up. Xia Shanhai smiled and said, what are you looking at? Are you going to hear us mention the word starry sky? Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, what if we do? Jiang Xiao then turned to look at Wu Huaxing. Sensing Jiang Xiao's gaze, Wu Huaxing smiled faintly and said, Xiaopi has too high expectations of us. How can there be a starry sky on Earth? Senior He Yin is probably the first. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. According to the normal rate of improvement, second last should be in the starry sky stage now. Han Jiangxue was probably already at the peak of the Galaxy Sea realm and was in the stage of sprinting towards the starry sky stage. However, the mission delayed their training. However, the Starry Sky stage required physical fitness. Hence, it would be beneficial for them to carry out high-intensity missions for a long period of time. Xia Shanhai sighed softly and said, "According to the information sent by Senior He Yun, the Starry Sky stage requires physical fitness. Given our age, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the Starry Sky stage." Xia Shanhai was already over 50 years old and had neglected his training for many years. Although he had yet to enter a period of decline, he was no longer the same Xia Shanhai who had dared to venture into the Dragon Cave. If he wanted to go further and enter the Starry Sky stage. It's a long story. In this world, there were many star warriors who could never cross the threshold of the nebula stage and enter the galaxy stage to become a true star warrior. Similarly, there were many star warriors who fell at the threshold of the peak of the galaxy stage and could not turn into a star warrior. Xia Shanhai was likely to fall at the peak of the galaxy stage. The physical fitness requirements of the Starry Sky stage were undoubtedly extremely strict. Hearing this, Jiang Shao comforted them. "You two have already entered the alien sphere. You can also feel the intensity of the star power here. Moreover, you two are about to go to war with the army. It's a battle and also training. I think Uncle Xia will get back to his normal state soon." Xia Shanhai looked at Jiang Shao, who was trying his best to comfort him, and couldn't help but nod with a smile, accepting Jiang Zhao's kindness. To his surprise, Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Don't think too much of the Starry Sky stage. I have a teammate who's only 15 years old this year and has been in the middle of the galaxy stage for a long time. She's about to enter the peak of the galaxy stage. I reckon that she should be able to enter the Starry Sky stage in less than a year or two. Before she met me, she didn't train very hard and only knew how to have fun every day." Xia Shanhai was dumbfounded. Seeing that Xia Shanhai's expression was not right, Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "What I mean is that the alien sphere has an extremely high concentration of star power and is especially beneficial to star warriors. Uncle Xia, don't be discouraged, Yes, don't be discouraged. I was wondering why this kid didn't look for me for a long time. You intercepted him." All of a sudden, He Yun's voice sounded from behind. The old twins stood on his left and right like two bodyguards. Today seems to be the goddess day. According to tradition, should there be updates? However, Xiaopi didn't seem to have any female fans and Weibo was full of male mothers. Chapter 1134. For the young leader who didn't understand the sorrow of time. Senior He, Xia Shanhai, smiled apologetically. It could be seen that they knew each other. Thinking about it, the two of them should have gotten to know each other during the long journey in the upper dimension of the snowfield. Elder He. Jiang Shao imitated He Yun's pronunciation, smiled, stepped forward, opened his arms, and gave He Yun a big hug. It was shameful to say that they had already met for a whole day, but this was the first time he hugged He Yun and the first time they talked in private. "Hey, be gentler. What did you say back then?" He Yun nudged Jiang Shao smilingly and said, "I'm the bait. Don't choke me to death." Jiang Shao was confused. He Yun turned sideways, put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder, and gestured to the two old men behind him. "These are my teammates from back then. Tao Siken of Sky 3 and Tao Sijuan of Sky 4. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly, but he didn't know what to call them. Master? Grandpa? Uncomfortable. What should he call them? Elder Tao? But there are two Elder Tao. What are you waiting for? Call someone." He slapped Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Jiang Shao had a strange feeling, like an adult bringing a child to visit and asking the child to call someone. Jiang Shao stammered, "The two of you, Hello, Master Tao." Okay. Tao Siken and Tao Sijuan nodded repeatedly, and Tao Sijuan of Sky 4 even said, "Good job, young man. It's a material. I heard that you're a member of our Wasteland Reclamation Volunteer Corps. Have you been led astray by Xiao Xia? Why did you join the Volunteer Corps?" Tao Sijuan looked at Xia Shanhai with an unfriendly expression as he spoke. Xia Shanhai looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Tao Siken of Sky 3, however, made the final decision, saying domineeringly and directly, "After this mission is over, we'll return to Earth, and I'll arrange for someone to make you a permanent member." "Yes, yes, yes." Tao Sijun nodded in agreement. "Our heaven reclamation team is old, and someone has to inherit it. I think this kid is a good choice." Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched awkwardly. This old man, the moment he opened his mouth, he already knew he was an old wasteland reclamation snatch. His style was domineering and overbearing. It was the same as Yin back then, Xia Shanhai said softly. "Elder Tao, Sky Splitter is now a first-class designation for the wasteland reclaimers." Tao Sijun nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes, that's true. It's a little difficult." Tao Sikin smiled and said, "What's so difficult about it? In every regiment, wouldn't there be a regiment with the same name to act as a stabilizing force? You have to know that the heaven-splitting team came first, and then the heaven-splitting team. Which of those brats would dare to use our team's designation? But this Jiang brat is now a brigade commander. If he can return Earth safely, are you sure he will still be a brigade commander?" The two old men began to argue, as if there was no one else around. Yin pulled Jiang Xiao and turned around, ignoring the two brothers. The two of them had been bickering for their entire lives. Their combat prowess was terrifyingly strong. Once they started a topic, it would never end. Moreover, what made Yin particularly uncomfortable was that he realized that some people, really, the older they got, the more talkative they became. On the first night of their reunion, Yin did not drink much, but instead he was filled with the speech therapy of the two brothers. Yin said to Jiang Xiao, "I've already told you that I'm the bait, right?" Jiang Xiao nodded and took a step to the side. He sized Yin up and said, "What goes around comes around. It's your turn to be the messenger this time." Actually, it was understandable. Yun's actual body could not come up because his bait was of platinum quality and he could only summon one bait. Maybe there would be a second or third batch of reinforcements. If that was the case, Yun's original body on Earth could summon the bait again to escort the reinforcements to the alien sphere. It was just that the platinum bait didn't have the ability to replace, so it couldn't be directly summoned to cancel the bait. By then, Yin would probably have to commit suicide before he could summon it again. "Ha, kid, it's good enough that you know my function." Yun's heartfelt smile seemed to be expressing his joy at their reunion. "However," he said, "you've helped so many people. It's my turn to help you this time. Tell me, is there anyone you want to talk to?" Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's breathing paused slightly. Yin laughed out loud and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "However, you have to be careful with your words. I'm not used to what you youngsters are saying. If it makes me sore, I'm not going to pass the message to you." Jiang Xiao smacked his lips and said, "What should I do then? The smell of love is sour, oh?" Yun's eyes lit up. For some reason, he suddenly felt like he had found his granddaughter-in-law. He immediately perked up and said, Okay, I'll bear with it. Hurry up and tell me which girl you want to talk to. Tell me their phone number." Jiang Xiao blinked and glanced at Xia Shanhai. Xia Shanhai was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao chuckled. "Scared you to death." He hurriedly pulled Yun and walked into the distance. Yun's perception was not to be trifled with. His ability to collect information about the surrounding environment was extremely strong. How could he not notice Jiang Zhao's actions? As the two of them walked away, Yun asked with a smile, "Is it the daughter of the Xia family?" "No, it's not." Jiang Xiao hurriedly shook his head and said, "I was talking to my sister, and Husky came over." Yun asked Husky. Jiang Xiao said, "Don't bother about it. Can you contact Han Jiangxue? 8 Tails of the Tailed Feather Brigade." Yun humphed and said, "Do you know what kind of treatment I'm enjoying down there? It's a piece of cake for me to make calls. Right now, I rely on my words to survive. I'm a medical auxiliary in the Starry Sky stage. I thought I could contribute to the battlefield and help my comrades, but now I sit in the office every day and become the head of intelligence." Jiang Xiao was speechless. As Jiang Xiao reported Yun's phone number, Yun remained silent for a long time before saying, "No one picked up." "Oh, maybe they're on a mission," Jiang Xiao said, feeling a little disappointed. Yun said, "If it's the Tail Feather Brigade, I'll talk to last Luan and ask her. Oh, that works too. Don't tell her that you're calling her because you're looking for Han Jiangxue. Just say that you're calling her because you're looking for her. Okay, kid, you're pretty good at pleasing the leader. It shouldn't be a problem for you to be the head of the heaven-splitting team in the future, He-Yun said casually, causing Jiang Xiao to grimace in pain. Who can stand it if you keep doing that? Why don't you apply for a joint venture team of Guardians and Wasteland Reclaimers? Let's call it the Wasteland Defenders. More than 10 seconds later, He-Yun said the call got through. Go ahead. Jiang Xiao asked, huh? He-Yun suddenly lowered his voice and tried to make it hoarse, as if he was imitating second last. Go ahead. Jiang Xiao was upset to hear that. He thought about it and asked tentatively, do you miss me? He-Yun was dumbfounded. Seeing that He-Yun didn't reply for a long time, Jiang Xiao asked curiously, did you send a message or not? He-Yun scratched his head, his round face full of awkwardness. No, I can't say it. At my age, how can I talk to a girl like that? Say something else. Say something else. Okay, Jiang Xiao dragged He-Yun away and said, my neighbor, Wu Huaxing, from Unit 702. Have you looked for him before? This time, He-Yun responded quickly and said, yeah, he's your parents' teammate. When you weren't at home, I told him once that you'd be one of our guardians. Jiang Xiao said, do you know what happened at home? His explanation was that he hasn't been coming back since I went to college. Besides, I'm really infuriated when I hear his name. After hearing He-Yun's explanation, Second Last immediately understood what Jiang Xiao meant. Second Last said, you can trust him. He's your parents' best friend and comrade in arms. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, in a few days I'll apply to Commander Feng Yi to go to Dajiang to carry out mission. Which area do you think is better? Second Last said, I'll discuss it with Commander Feng Yi. He'll report to the Supreme Commander in the Northwest through Old He and confirm the area where the dimensional space should be opened. Jiang Xiao said, okay. How are my teammates? Are they around? How's little Jiang Xue? He-Yun continued to repeat Second Last's words. They're out on a mission. Don't worry, they're fine. Find your position in the alien sphere. Obey orders and follow instructions. Jiang Xiao looked at He-Yun with a pained expression. This old man is limiting me, Jiang Xiao said to He-Yun helplessly. With you in the middle, I can't say anything even though I'm full of nonsense. That's just how she is. When you talk to her seriously, she's just an emotionless machine. It's so boring. Jiang Xiao said that he couldn't say anything, but in fact, that was not all. It was indeed very inconvenient to have a middleman in the middle, and he couldn't talk about many specific things. If it were in private, Jiang Xiao would at least talk to Second Last about Third Last and plead for her. In the future, Jiang Xiao hoped to have a good discussion with Second Last about whether he should summon her back in the team again or give her the cold shoulder like Commander Feng Yi did. However, under such circumstances, He-Yun suddenly said, attention. Jiang Xiao subconsciously stood at attention. He-Yun said, military posture, half an hour. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Damn it, did you pass the message to her too? He-Yun smiled and said, she doesn't want to talk anymore. I'm hanging up. Jiang Xiao stood in place obediently and suddenly said, wait. He-Yun raised his eyebrows with a curious look on his face. Jiang Xiao said, I've received the medal that you asked someone to send to me. Thank you. Jiang Xiao said, I think this is the medal for our team's exploration of the Dragon Cave. I missed the time when we were on missions together. I'm looking forward to the day we meet again. Jiang Xiao said, I'll clean up the Dajiang area as soon as possible. Jiang Xiao said, those who know me know that I'm a man of my word. Jiang Xiao said, no, that's all. Take care. He-Yun repeated Jiang Xiao's words and nodded with a smile in the end, indicating that he had delivered the message. In a dark room at the headquarters of the Tail Feather Brigade on Earth, Second Last hung up the phone and threw the receiver on the landline. She suddenly raised her hand and touched her ponytail before pulling off the dark red hairband. She then held it in her hand and stared at it silently. There was only silence in the pitch-black room. After a long time, Second Last finally moved a little. She lowered her head and held the dark red hairband in her hand. She then put her hands behind her head again and slowly tied her ponytail. She then muttered, "No." Chapter 1135. In the early morning, in the southwest of Liaodong, a large group of people was ready to set off, which made Jiang Shao excited. Ever since he entered the abnormal sphere, he had never participated in a battle of 10,000 soldiers. The profession of Star Warriors was undoubtedly a destructive existence. A team of 4 with their own system was more than enough to defeat an army of 10,000. Jiang Shao had participated in the support of the peninsula and the defense battle of Dajiang. However, under those circumstances, the Star Warriors only spread out the battle line and did not concentrate their forces to advance crazily. In Jiang Zhao's career as a Star Warrior, the closest he got to such a battle was when he participated in the final battle in Clipchamp. At that time, under the effects of the star techniques of the various Star Warriors, more than half of Clipchamp's main city disappeared. It was drizzling continuously, which should have been done by the Star Warriors who were related to Tier Rain. They were responsible for sensing the environment and reporting to the team in time. The 10,000 soldiers were divided into 12 large phalanxes, each of which had 4 soldiers. The commander's camp was in the middle to command and deploy, while the other 3 phalanxes were in a triangle and fixed around the camp in the middle. The troops were clearly separated and the battle line was wide open, advancing steadily. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, led his Star Advent team and wandered in front of the Guardians of the Night. Similarly, there were dozens of teams that were similar to Jiang Zhao's team, wandering around the phalanxes, such as the civil and martial team that Jiang Shao met for the first time. Those teams entered the abnormal sphere as a combat unit of 4 people. Their overall strength was a few levels higher than that of ordinary soldiers, but they were not part of the bulldozer army. What was worth mentioning was that Jiang Shao had put his bait and mecha on stone rings. Martha and Beiza's faces were indeed very abrupt when they appeared in the Huaxia army's camp. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Shao not only put on masks for them, but he also borrowed the uniforms of the various armies and got the bait and mecha to accompany the commanders of the various armies so that they could communicate with each other immediately. Under the drizzling rain, the army's footsteps were dense, and they stepped over the puddles of water, causing splashes. In Jiang Zhao's domain terror perception, he had already discovered the dreadful fugitives in the land of Yanzhao. If he wanted to enter the imperial capital in Jinmen, he would have to pass through Yanzhao. Unless one entered Jinmen by sea, no matter how one looked at it, the land of Yanzhao was wrapped around these 2 cities. Targets found. Desperados, 28 of them, 11 o'clock, 1,000 meters away, heading west. A voice came from the walkie-talkie. Jiang Shao and Wu Haoyang looked at each other. At the same time, Feng Yi's voice sounded from the walkie-talkie on his waist. Move forward steadily and report in real time. There was no need to report to the Guardians of the Night when they fought on their own. Also, Jiang LV. Jiang Shao froze for a moment, not knowing why he was suddenly called out. However, he still hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Roger, please speak." Feng Yi said, "Cover your squad and follow the Night Watch army. Cooperate with the team." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. All right, of course. Feng Yi knew what Jiang Shao had done in the alien sphere. There was no doubt that Jiang Shao and his team had already formed a fixed mindset, which was definitely different from the tactical thinking of the army. Besides, Jiang Zhao's team was the best of the best. Even a first-class team of Star Warriors might not be able to keep up with the pace of the Star Advent team, let alone ordinary Star Warriors. Roger. Jiang Shao stretched out his right hand, and Wu Haoyang, Blind Lady, and little Chongyang slowed down and followed the Guardians of the Night on the left. As a point of the triangle, although it was a phalanx, the phalanx was very spread out. There were a total of 8 teams of 100 people, each of which was surrounded by a circle of shield warriors and melee fighters. In the center, there was a medical support team, and the rest were all rules awakened. 800 meters, 700 meters. The voice stopped at this point. In the relatively open terrain, Both sides with sharp hearing and eyes easily discovered each other. A skull had already appeared behind the small hill. Not far from Jiang Shao, a very rough male voice sounded. Guardian of the night. All of you. According to the established plan, sound of silence. Ice roar, get ready. Release. Whoosh. The sound of silence star technique, sound of silence, which was invisible to the naked eye, was smashed right in front of the army. The sound of silence star technique was neatly arranged in front of the phalanx. Since the sound of silence star technique was invisible, how did Jiang Shao discover it? Because he saw a few desperados who had activated their blades of desperados drew a platinum arc in the air. However, the blades of desperados in their hands shattered when they were 100 meters away from the army. The huge skeleton that was moving at high speed also lost its speed and immediately appeared in front of everyone. When passing through the sound of silence star technique, the blade of death in the hands of the desperados naturally shattered after losing the support of star power. However, due to the inertia of the blade of death, the desperados still staggered forward. After leaving the range of the sound of silence star technique, they activated the blade of death again without hesitation. This time, as soon as they moved, they passed through the second row of the sound of silence star technique, and the blade of death in their claws shattered again. At the node that appeared for the second time, a series of ice roars smashed towards them. Bang! 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 Jiang Shao was taken aback. He had seen the ice roars of one person and many people, but the ice roars of 500 or 600 people? Damn it! Jiang Shao couldn't help but grit his teeth and take a step back. A vortex of crushed ice had already swept out, and there was already a world of ice and snow in front of everyone. The figures of several desperados instantly disappeared in the vortex of crushed ice. Under the superposition of hundreds of ice roars, the body of the desperados was swept away. Up, gone, gone. Not to mention the bodies of the desperados, even the terrain was badly damaged and could no longer be described as a complete mess. The layers of ice roars created a huge hole in the ground. Pieces of the terrain disappeared and turned into dust before disappearing without a trace as the vortex of crushed ice spun rapidly. Almost at the same time, the wasteland reclaimers in the middle of the three armies were also surrounded by electric currents. Kacha! Under the overcast sky, hundreds of huge electric currents poured down in torrents. In the formation of 1,000 people, hundreds of Star Warrior rules awakened, looked up at the same time with electric currents in their eyes. Faced with the desperados who were being held back by the vines and interfered with by star power, the thick electric currents also overlapped and were extremely powerful. Even though there were dozens or even hundreds of electric currents striking the same spot, the other hundreds of electric currents still turned the battlefield in front of the wasteland reclaimers into the bombardment range of Lightning Storm. It was Lightning Storm that had been strengthened countless times. The single-target star techniques, Lightning Fall, were forcibly pieced together by the Star Warrior soldiers into a group star technique. The desperados were electrocuted and turned into ashes. Under the thick electric currents, Jiang Shao even thought that he saw a waterfall made up of lightning. The thick electric currents were dense and covered a large area, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have broken open. It poured down like a torrential waterfall, wantonly churning with electric currents, making it impossible for people to see what was going on inside. Damn it! Jiang Shao shivered, and he even felt that the hundreds of electric currents that were concentrated in a single area could create a space-time rift. That's too terrifying, isn't it? Can I survive such an attack? As diamond-quality creatures, the physical strength of the desperados was obvious to all, especially the desperados, which had a passive defensive star technique diamond body of desperados. The desperados could easily defeat a Rules Awakened in the Galaxy stage with one hand. The desperados could completely resist a Platinum Lightning Fall and would at most feel numb, but it would not suffer too much damage. However, Hundreds of galaxy rules awakened, and thousands of lightning strikes were concentrated at a single point. Jiang Shao turned to look at the blind lady, who tilted her head slightly and carefully sensed everything that was happening on the battlefield. Ever since the Star Advent team entered Yin and Zhao 3 times and were defeated 3 times, a central idea had been formed. Quality was more important than quantity. However, that perception was based on the number of human teammates in the Yegu Tower. It would be good enough if Jiang Shao could gather 5 or 6 human star warriors. The tens of thousands of ghost monks were all melee star beasts. 60% of the tens of thousands of human soldiers in front of them were rules awakened. China was well aware of what kind of people they were going to send, what kind of team they were going to form, and what kind of team they were going to build. Everything was just as Feng Yi said. Apart from some of the 4-man teams, the selection criteria for the other Star Warriors were mainly star techniques, followed by strength. The increase in quantity still led to a qualitative leap in quality. Ants can bite an elephant to death. No, that's not a good description. There's strength in numbers. The blind lady sighed softly. The so-called Starry Stage powerhouses no longer had the right to be arrogant in front of such an army. What kind of country can react in time and quickly assemble a 10,000-strong army that specializes in ice roar and lightning fall? Jiang Zhao's heart went from bewilderment to shock, and in the end, he was filled with pride. One after another, huge ice storms filled the air, and one after another, lightning waterfalls pierced through the dark clouds, pouring down in torrents. On the disaster-like battlefield, Jiang Shao picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and said, "Sir, I have a suggestion." Feng Yi said, "Speak." Jiang Shao said, "I clearly know our battle strategy and strength. I think my Tears of Sorrow is of high quality and can control the range to achieve the effect of shrinking the circle. You can arrange the various formations, and I can use my Tears of Sorrow to drive the Star Beast to the front of all the creatures in a large area. In this way, we can greatly increase the efficiency of clearing the Star Beasts. Besides, we can set up a formation in advance and wait for the escaping Star Beast to fall into the trap." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's face grew sullen and his mind began to race. Wei Feather Brigade had reported that Jiang LV star techniques were of high quality and he could use them in many different ways. In fact, there were even some tricks that Wei Feather Brigade had not mastered. This little toxic healer can shrink the circle? Thank you, when the wind rises again, for the 100,000 yuan reward. After midnight, I'll ask for some tickets. Chapter 1136. During the battle, one had to consider not only oneself, but also the opponent. For the creatures in Yin Zhao, Jiang Shao felt that they could attack from afar with peace of mind. Yin Zhao was mainly made up of fugitives. There were also creatures in the Shadow Cave and the Shadow Domain. Among them, only the Fallen Shadow Witch's star technique was slightly threatening to them. However, regardless of whether it was resentment or silence, the purification of the army would not give the Fallen Shadow Witch any chance. Besides, the Fallen Shadow Witch in the Alien Ball was of platinum quality, and the star technique of enmity was only of silver quality. If they wanted to attack from afar, they would have to wait until the star technique of resentment reached platinum quality. Feng Yi's response was abnormally short. Wait a moment. He reckoned that he should have gone to negotiate with the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Mountain Shattering Army. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's mentality was completely different from when he had just set off. 30 seconds later, Feng Yi's voice sounded from the walkie-talkie. "Execute your plan in 10 minutes. We will set up the defense system in 10 minutes. As he spoke, the army had already changed their formation. Under Jiang Zhao's gaze, layers of vines spread out tens of meters in front of the phalanx, and all sorts of broken swords fell into the vines. Layers of thorns rose and formed a trap. The defensive fortifications, which were a mixture of tree and mud walls, rose from the ground and were built layer by layer, leaving only a gap in the middle to provide vision for the rules awakened. Behind each defensive wall, there was a row of rules awakened, all waiting for an order to activate the defensive shield. The shield warriors and melee fighters were mixed in with the special star warrior team that used the army as a combat unit. Their battle strategy was completely different from that of the four-man team. Jiang Shao had already taken the opportunity to flash continuously and enter the hinterland of the northern region of Yanjiao. He activated the Tears of Sorrow and used the effects of the Tears of Sorrow to drive all the wandering star beasts towards the northernmost part of Yanjiao. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shao returned and couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the layers of fortifications. Fomi said, "Now begin." Jiang Zhao's eyes were red, and he tried his best to activate his star power to expand the range of his Tears of Sorrow. However, he also used the Tears of Sorrow carefully. More star beasts reacted and swarmed towards the north, unwilling to touch the Tears of Sorrow. Of course, there were some star beasts that, due to their reactions and choices, escaped in the wrong direction. They wandered all over the land of Yanjiao, or fell to the ground, unable to get up. However, compared to the star beast army that was swarming towards the north, the scattered star beasts were a minority. Baze, who was next to Yi Zhizhong, heard the voice coming from the walkie-talkie. The first group of fugitives is approaching. The target team is 31. They're about 1,000 meters away. The mountain-shattering army is in front. Get ready. Baze raised his head. Wearing a hoop mask, purple electric currents flashed across his eyes. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the pitch-black clouds churned wantonly. Yi Zhizhong quickly gave the command. Then he said to Baze, "If you and Teng Hui had captured Nana Zi back then, would you have been able to control her body?" Jiang Shao Baze made a nasal sound. "Xiaopi." Yi Zhizhong said in a deep voice, "Your martial star conversion ability is very powerful. Under such conditions, the sea-devouring soul star chart is even more powerful. It's so powerful that it's hard to accept it. Learn to protect yourself." Jiang Shao thought about it again and nodded gently. When the two of them first met in Yiwutong, Yi Zhizhong spoke to Jiang Shao as half an officer and half an elder. In the latter half of the conversation, Yi Zhizhong even comforted Jiang Shao purely as an elder. Jiang Shao knew that Yi Zhizhong had praised and acknowledged him because of his relationship with Yi Qingchun, as well as the fact that Jiang Zhao's actions had been upright and righteous all this while. In fact, Jiang Shao had realized the problem of strength a long time ago. From the moment he obtained the internal star chart, he knew what he might face in the future. It didn't matter if one was stronger or stood at the peak of the world. However, if one's strength exceeded a certain limit and became a threat to all of humanity, it would definitely not be a good thing. It might even lead to a disaster. Rumble. Densely packed electric currents poured down, and the sudden burst of electric light lit up the entire gloomy sky. Jiang Shao Baze. His eyes were filled with purple electric currents as he said, "I believe that this world can accommodate me." Although he said that, Jiang Zhao's actions all along did not match his words at this moment. Along the way, Jiang Shao had been living a humble life. However, now that Yin had returned to Earth, the Tail Feather team had no choice but to report the information, and Second Last had also withstood the pressure. Jiang Shao could no longer hide. As for what exactly awaited him in the future, only time would tell him the answer. He would have to explore the land of the abnormal planet first. When all the crises were resolved and everything was over, when this world no longer needed heroes, when it no longer needed mutants, at least he still had his own Calamity Shadow world and a place where he could retire. Although the Star Warriors were a minority, they were enough to be called mutants. However, in comparison, even among the Star Warriors, Jiang Shao was undoubtedly an anomaly. Come to think of it, it would be a wonderful thing for him to live a retired life at such a young age. He would find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. He would hug a candle, sleep on a bear, and watch the dragons and whales dance together. He would spend the rest of his life recalling the mountains, rivers, and seas that he had been through all these years. It's worth it. Among the Guardians of the Night, Jiang Zhao's eyes were red, and he was tearing up continuously. He activated the field tears and wound tears and looked up at the sky. Smack! Jiang Zhao suddenly slapped himself, giving Wu Haoyang a great shock. Jiang Zhao, what's wrong with you? Little Chongyang asked curiously. All sorts of auxiliary star techniques were being used in the army, and Jiang Zhao also activated his nostalgia halo to help the soldiers recover their star power. Upon hearing little Chongyang's question, Jiang Zhao said, I'm a hipster again. Beat yourself up. Little Chongyang asked with a dumbfounded expression, What's hipster? Jiang Zhao said, Just like how I'm looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle and crying nonstop. However, then again, if he wanted to retire, he should take the opportunity to make his life more exciting. At this moment, the three armies had stepped into the abnormal planet. Hence, Jiang Zhao and his Star Advent team could completely abandon the idea of searching every inch of the planet. After the mission in Beijing and Tianjin, Jiang Zhao could lead the team to the most powerful areas to carry out the mission. At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao turned to look at everyone while holding back his tears. His gaze also landed on the warhorse that little Chongyang was riding. At this moment, the overlapping ice roar and lightning fall on the battlefield had broadened Jiang Zhao's horizons and allowed him to completely understand the power of the single group attack system. If little Chongyang's little charcoal Hong had great rallying power within the clan, then could little Chongyang build a Black Ridge Fire Feather army? If hundreds and thousands of Black Ridge Fire Feather Legion really listened to orders, would they be able to form an overwhelming force? At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao said, Little Chongyang. Little Chongyang asked, Huh? Jiang Zhao said, Do you want to try and befriend the Black Ridge Fire Feather clan? Let your little charcoal become the leader of the clan. In the future, when we carry out missions again, we might be able to fight like this and give the enemy a painful blow. Little Chongyang's eyes lit up. Of course, she knew the power of her Star Pet's Firestorm Star technique. If hundreds and thousands of Black Ridge Fire Feather Legion launched a firestorm at the same time, little Chongyang grinned, as if he was immersed in a wonderful fantasy. Jiang Zhao asked, Should we go and try it now? Jiang Zhao wanted to say, There's no point in you staying here. However, the truth was rather hurtful, so he decided not to say it. At this moment, there were all kinds of star techniques on the battlefield, but they were all overshadowed by two star techniques, as if they were the only two left in the world: Ice Roar and Lightning Fall. The tens of thousands of Star Warrior soldiers seemed to have become a destructive machine. They were operating effectively, and the output had reached an unimaginable level. Even though Jiang Zhao had the endurance of the Candle Moon quality, he didn't dare to step onto the battlefield easily. The only thing he had to pay attention to was not to be attacked by the enemy. However, due to the various traps, fortifications, and barriers, the current situation was still rather good. Fortunately, the creatures there did not have any star techniques like teleportation or teleportation. Otherwise, they would have long exploded. Jiang Zhao was also secretly helping out by laying a thick layer of tears of sorrow in front of the three armies to prevent any accidents from happening. The Star Warrior soldiers who were hiding behind the mud walls and tree walls and working together to open the transparent defensive shield only discovered after a long time that there were very few star beasts and star techniques that actually collided with the walls. On the one hand, it was because of the brutality of the army's attack. Most of the star beasts were drowned in the shattered ice storm, and the few that managed to escape were all 50 to 60 meters away. Their behavior and thoughts were chaotic, and it was difficult for them to cause any problems. At the side, Wu Haoyang said, Xiaopi, I'll go too. Huh? Jiang Zhao looked at Wu Haoyang with teary eyes and understood what he meant. Second Master Wu had been coveting the foal for a long time. Among the 600-odd Black Ridge Fire Feather Legion, only one was a cub. Wu Haoyang was straightforward, and he requested, I hope you can allow me to absorb the cub of the Black Ridge Fire Feather Legion. Jiang Zhao interrupted Wu Haoyang and said, Not only do I hope that you can absorb it successfully, but I also hope that you can become a cub of the Ghost Wolves under the stars. In the future, you can lead thousands of Ghost Wolves and activate the Blood Fong Star technique to tear everything in front of you apart. Jiang Shao then opened the door of the Calamity Shadow world and reminded, don't rush to absorb it. Get along well with the cub first. It's important for both parties to reach an agreement. Besides, don't be disheartened even if you fail. We've only explored a small part of the border between the Northland and Great Ming Dynasty. There's still a large number of Black Ridge Firefeather Legion. Jiang Shao then turned to look at little Chongyang and said, protect this big brother. Little Chongyang nodded obediently and slapped his chest, causing the bone necklace to jingle. Don't worry, I'll protect him. Wu Haoyang was speechless. Jiang Shao was still a little worried, and hence, he asked Jiang Sun to follow him in. As the door of the Calamity Shadow world closed, Jiang Shao turned to look at Blind Lady and said, such a battlefield situation and offensive tactics are beyond my expectations. Blind Lady nodded and said, indeed. Jiang Shao said, with them around, we'll be free. In the future, we can specifically choose the most dangerous places to carry out missions. The Blind Lady pursed her lips and said, Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao vaguely sensed something. She doesn't seem to be in high spirits. Logically speaking, she should be very interested in what Jiang Shao had to say, since she wanted to set foot in China and even explore every corner of the world. Isn't that what she's obsessed with? But why is her reaction so calm? Does she have any other thoughts? Jiang Shao realized the seriousness of the problem. It seemed that Blind Lady had been especially quiet since the moment the Celestial Advent team met the Chinese army. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.